think you're muted, Isabel.
Thank you, Mr. Cordell Green. Good morning to you all, and welcome once again to the forum, Artificial Intelligence in the Caribbean Context, Opportunities to Accelerate Human Progress for Sustainable Development. This forum is part of an ongoing initiative to raise awareness, scope of the opportunities of artificial intelligence, AI, within the Caribbean, encourage Caribbean small island developing states to work together on AI issues and to inform the preparation of our policy brief for the sub-region. We will now begin the program with the welcoming remarks by Dr. Saadia Sanchez-Vegas, who is the Director and Representative of the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean, based in Kingston, Jamaica. Dr. Sanchez, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Green. Honorable Olivia Grange, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports, and Chair of the Jamaica National Commission for UNESCO. Ms. Dorothy Gordon, Chair, UNESCO Information for All Program. Mr. Cordell Green, Executive Director, Broadcasting Commission, Jamaica, and Vice Chair of the UNESCO Information for All Program. Distinguished Secretaries General of Caribbean National Commission for UNESCO participating in this meeting. Distinguished experts and participants, dear colleagues, good morning, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean to this forum on artificial intelligence opportunities to accelerate human progress for sustainable development. The fourth revolution points to a horizon of civilizing change. In the dynamics of this industrial revolution, artificial intelligence is the most relevant technological advancements of the last and current century. The systemic integration of artificial intelligence into the fields of human development has a qualitative impact on the scope of human action, accelerating capacity through technology, enhancing the impacts of science through massive data and information management, and fostering innovation for sound decision-making. However, the technological fact is not limited to the technical aspects of massive data management, process automation, programming, and machine learning, but comprises the central aspect of human-centered artificial intelligence. Audrey Azoulay, Director General of UNESCO during the conference Principles for Artificial Intelligence Towards a Humanistic Approach, said, "The challenges posed by artificial intelligence are not technological. They concern our own humanity, our scientific, political, philosophical, and ethical dilemmas. The impact of artificial intelligence also poses risk based on the ethical aspects of its use. Artificial intelligence could contribute to deepen digital and social inequalities, perpetuating biases into programming that exacerbate prejudices, exclusion, and inequalities, gender inequalities through technological intermediation. We have to be mindful of ethical concerns around personal data management, privacy, access to information and freedom of expression, transparency of technology platforms, disadvantages resulting from digital illiteracy, possible disruption to labor markets, including in small island development states. In the COVID-19 scenario, artificial intelligence influence on decision-making has been placed at the very heart of the social trends. This influence extends to most actions of our daily life. The ubiquity of this technology, nonetheless, has also pervasive effects. With very click on social media, we leave a trail of data that feeds systems based on artificial intelligence to improve their predictive capacity, to tuning their ability to influence an interaction based on the user's taste. In this context, UNESCO advocates for a humanistic, value-based approach to artificial intelligence and its governance. We firmly believe that there is an urgent need to ensure fairness, inclusion, transparency, and accountability for the functioning of algorithms and their use of data. Recognizing that the use of artificial intelligence will only continue to increase in the future, and that it affects all countries under development at the end of 2019, UNESCO was mandated by its member states to lead a 2-year process to elaborate the first global standard-setting instrument on the ethics of artificial intelligence in the form of a recommendation. As a result, the draft recommendation has been submitted to UNESCO's 193 member states in November 2020, and its final adoption by member states is planned at the organization's General Conference in November of this year, 2021. In the Caribbean sub-region, the rise of artificial intelligence is of no exception. Its rapid introduction and uptake give it great potential to address some of the Caribbean's most pressing development challenges and to support the small island development states in the implementation of the Samoa pathway. For example, its introduction into different commercial aspects of tourism, one of the most important economic drivers for SIDS, can significantly impact the relationship between tourists, destinations, and ultimately profitability. Furthermore, artificial intelligence could be employed to make quality health services more accessible, enhance agriculture productivity and food and nutritional security, while also contributing to understanding climate change, reducing marine pollution, and contributing to large-scale action aimed at preserving the environment. On the other hand, increased use of artificial intelligence systems and technology may cause a disruptive effect to the Caribbean labor market, with automation impacting employment. In this sense, public policies, and I would like to emphasize this, public policies, strategies, and programs are most needed to ensure that artificial intelligence empowers people, not replace people, as Klaus Schwab once said. Against this background, today's meeting also falls within the framework of the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative, launched by the Caribbean Cluster Office in 2019, supported by the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica and the UNESCO's Formation for All program. The purpose of this initiative is to raise awareness and promote reflection on the opportunities and challenges that artificial intelligence and its correlated technologies posed in the Caribbean small island development states. Today is not a one-time event. In fact, the reflection that you will make today will inform the elaboration of a UNESCO policy brief, including recommendations to support the formulation of artificial intelligence strategies and policies in Caribbean seas. Likewise, UNESCO as a knowledge broker is creating a repository of tools on ethical artificial intelligence. In partnership with our member states, our goal is to continue to advance a constructive dialogue on the benefits and risks of artificial intelligence in the Caribbean, discussing the possibilities for innovation grounded in fundamental human rights, in gender equality and climate change, and the opportunities for the impact of artificial intelligence on these issues. The UNESCO Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative is the platform for this dialogue. Before concluding, I would like to express once again our appreciation to the Broadcasting Commission-Jamaica for implementing this event. We look forward to the outcome of this enriching meeting, as well as to engaging with you within the framework of the UNESCO Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Director Sanchez, we thank you very much for those welcoming remarks. We could not see you. The technology failed us to a certain extent, but we heard you clearly. And it's a lesson that we can triumph when we have technological challenges. I think we have just demonstrated the importance of the human centricity as we talk about technology and its impact on our societies. But this is not to in any way devalue or undervalue the fact that but for the technology, we would not have heard you. So thank you so much for those inspiring words. And we hope that sometime during the course of the day, we can resolve the technical challenges and you'll be able to join us fully. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the chair of UNESCO's Information for All program, IFAP, Miss Dorothy Gordon, who is speaking to us from Ghana. Good afternoon, Dorothy.
Good afternoon, Cordell, and good afternoon to your co-chair. And I just want to say how pleased I am to be able to join you for what is really the third in a series of seminars. And I really want to congratulate the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, as well as the UNESCO Cluster Office for having hosted this series of meetings and continuing with this dialogue so that we fully exploit the opportunities that AI offers. And at the same time, we make sure that we are avoiding some of the risks. As the chair of IFAP, I am dedicated to ensuring that we eliminate digital divides and that we give people equal access in order to promote an inclusive knowledge society. And I would like to take this opportunity to remind us of some of the big issues that our wonderful resource persons, and I must say I was so impressed with the quality of the resource persons that have participated in the past events. I'm pleased to see Erica with us, Erica Simmons, Eldon Marks, Wendell Wallach, and I'm sure if I scroll down on the list of participants, I'll see many of the other resource persons as well. And they reminded us, first of all, that let's look at this issue in a very business-like way. I was listening to the remarks ahead of mine and the concerns about employment. And I think in Eldon's presentation, and I recommend people to go and have a look at that presentation, he demonstrated exactly how much money you can make today from exploiting business opportunities in AI. And Erica gave us a very good global picture of all of those opportunities. And there were specific things for the Caribbean, particularly relating to data sets for the Caribbean, and that you would have the opportunity to look at. So while we are worried about bias, and I think everybody mentions algorithmic bias, and the fact that issues of race, gender, and class are still very, let's say, to the forefront when we are looking at how AI could play out. At the same time, it offers an opportunity for the Caribbean to look at these issues in depth and to offer their expertise. And expertise is another area that the previous sessions really honed in on. Yes, we have a number of high-level experts, and we were lucky to benefit from their inputs, all throughout the Caribbean, including at research centers and universities. But we need to forge a stronger link between academia and business. And at the same time, we need to deepen that pool of skills. And so fundamentals such as digital literacy are very important. And at the same time, making sure that those technical people that we are training, I've forgotten his name, but he was an excellent professor who explained to us that we are training, but while we are training technical people, we must make sure that they understand business. So I feel that while we like to look at silos in terms of skills, artificial intelligence is encouraging us to have a more concerted approach, a collaborative approach, making sure that people understand the issues. And one of the sets of people that must understand the issues are, of course, our public servants. And in my own intervention, I stress the fact that whatever we do, government will be procuring AI systems. And we must make sure that our public servants have enough knowledge that they will be able to choose the right systems. And at the same time, make sure that by their choice, they're highlighting, they're making sure that we are at the same time building capacity. I was warned that I should speak for 3 minutes, and I'm sure I have already gone over my time because this is a subject that I'm very passionate about. But I just want to mention one other topic that Paul Golding, in fact, also brought out, and that was infrastructure. The previous intervenants on this opening session have talked about the importance of policy. And policy is extremely important. We must have a strong infrastructure, a strong broadband infrastructure if we're going to succeed. And so in closing, let me say that we recognize that if we are not careful, these technologies could further deepen divides. But we have a wonderful opportunity to make sure that they actually work for us. And we have to make sure that we look at what we can make use of immediately, what are the steps we have to take right now so that we become millionaire businessmen or businesswomen. We make sure that our kids have the right kind of skills. At the same time, as we do that, we should always remember the ethical concerns that have been addressed by so many groupings around AI, and in particular, UNESCO. How do we keep the human being at the center of all of this? And so with those few remarks, I just want to say once again how very pleased I am as the chair of IFAP to be associated with such a successful initiative. And I'm confident, given that we have so many participants on this session. I see about 170 right now, and I'm sure there may be groups of people listening in that I cannot appreciate, that we will take what comes out of these sessions and actually make sure that we act on them. So thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm looking forward to an excellent session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dorothy Gordon, IFAP Chair, for those remarks, excellent remarks, recapping our latest forum in December of 2020, and also for provoking good discussions for today. It is now our esteemed pleasure to have with us Honorable Olivia Grange, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport in Jamaica, to give the keynote speech to this event. The minister is having a challenge with the connection, and for that reason, she will join us by phone. Time will not allow us to cover the minister's expansive bio. We will just say in summary that Minister Grange is chair of the Jamaica National Commission for UNESCO and has served UNESCO in very significant capacities. She was chair of the 15th session of the Intergovernmental Committee on the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, held between December 14 and 19, 2020. The minister was only the fourth woman to chair this intergovernmental committee. As a
Isabel, I believe you're muted.
I am, yeah.
Isabel?
Yes?
Yes, go ahead, please. We're hearing you now.
Okay, so, but were you hearing me before?
Yes, but you can pick up just where you were just now.
Okay, so I was saying that as a member of UNESCO's Executive Board from 2017 to 2021, she delivered the opening plenary of the 2010 session in December 2020. The Honorable Minister posited that small island developing states seats needed to be a global priority in UNESCO's medium-term strategy. She was also chair of the Committee on Convention and Recommendations, which is a permanent subsidiary of the Executive Board. The Honorable Minister served in that capacity from 2017 to 2020. With these few observations, I now invite Honorable Olivia Grange to make her remarks.
Thank you very much. For our forum co-chairs, Ms. Isabella Vieira Bermudez, Advisor for Communication and Information at the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean, and Mr. Cordell Green, Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica and UNESCO IFAP Vice Chair, Ms. Saadia Sanchez-Vegas, Director and Representative for the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean, Ms. Dorothy Gordon, Chair of UNESCO's Information for All Program, IFAP, joining from Ghana, distinguished speakers, my Caribbean brothers and sisters from home and the diaspora, greetings all. Can you hear me okay? Each year in Jamaica,
yes, Minister, you could project just a little bit more, but we are hearing you.
Okay, fine. Each year in Jamaica, is that any better?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We celebrate February as Reggae Month, as you would know. UNESCO has designated reggae music as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. So it is fitting that Reggae Month coincides with Black History celebrations across the African diaspora. It is therefore of particular delight for me to see us gathered in Reggae Month and Black History Month to chart a course for the future of our region in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. It is indeed my great pleasure to deliver this keynote address to the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Forum. As Jamaica's Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, I begin by acknowledging the unusual gender makeup of this 99% female opening panel at an artificial intelligence forum. It is outstanding and calls for a pause and reflection on the fact that the voice of AI is female. Did you notice? Yes, it is widely acknowledged, but its genesis is quite unlike the female presence and voice which are on display here today. The voice of AI is female because of the initial use of a woman's voices for AI voice assistants. I am certain you have heard such voices when using Amazon's Alexa and Apple's Siri. Maybe you have also heard of Microsoft's Cortana. And while Google now is gender neutral, there continues to be a rise of gender.
I think we have lost the minister. Hello?
She's
Minister?
muted.
All right, I'm back.
Yes, okay. Go
Okay.
ahead, please.
Now, over the years, AI voice assistants have proven to be excellent productivity tools, but they are not foolproof. And in those instances, gendering them make women the face of glitches and errors that result from the limitations of hardware and software designed predominantly by men. This is just one example of how gender imbalances are often hard-coded into technology products. This trend of gendering AI voice assistants therefore requires attention. So one of the goals we must set ourselves is to ensure that the voice of Caribbean AI is gender neutral. Now, as Minister of Gender, I must also be careful to point out that I've been assured that just about 50% of the forum presenters are male. So we have struck, ladies and gentlemen, a very good gender balance overall. My own review of the program revealed that this forum has prioritized diversity in many ways. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from presenters from a wide cross-section of ages, ethnicities, and industries. I should also say that as Minister of Culture, I'm truly heartened that at the very early stage of what some people incorrectly see as a technology-centric process, creatives have received a seat at the table with a session dedicated to AI and the creative industries. I look forward to receiving the outputs from that session. But I also must certainly look forward to all outputs over the next 2 days. For while we will be dealing with a subject matter of global proportion, it will be specifically to our regional context through a multidisciplinary, universal, and holistic approach. This is indeed commendable and will be of much value to Caribbean policymakers when we receive the report on this valuable and welcomed initiative. One of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is that school, work, business, government, and many other activities have now moved online, and much of this shift is probably irreversible. This has
Have we lost the minister again? I think so. Hello? Well, unfortunately, it appears Minister Grange's connection has again been interrupted. Our apologies for that. We will try to facilitate the minister if she's able to rejoin. Let me just say she made an excellent point about the makeup of the opening panel being 99% female. As the 1% male, I have no complaints at all being in the minority. It's a great privilege and honor and an excellent experience to be in the presence of very brilliant, beautiful, and powerful women. So we thank the minister for those remarks. Although interrupted, she did make some very salient points. And one of them, of course, is that the creative industries is at the table, and it's not here in a perfunctory manner. It is because we absolutely believe that the creative industries represent our oil, and that we should talk about artificial intelligence in the broadest possible way and look at the full spectrum, but ensure in all of this that we do not lose sight of the creative industry. So thank you, Honorable Olivia Grange, for your remarks. Thank you as well to Ms. Sanchez-Vegas, the Director of UNESCO's Cluster Office for the Caribbean, and to Dorothy Gordon, the Chair of IFAP, for her preliminary remarks. And without further ado, I hand over again to Dorothy Gordon, who will moderate the first session. Just to note that the speaker bios will be posted in the chat, so for all the sessions, we will not necessarily do long introductions for the speakers. Session 1, Principles for AI Governance, will begin now. Madam Chair, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Cordell. And as you said, we are not going to spend too much time on introductions. We have a very tight session. I think that it is important, though, to mention that our first speaker, Carolina, is a senior research fellow at the University of Duisburg. And she also holds a number of positions with universities in Argentina, universities and research centers. It will be very interesting to see what she's going to say and to see if in describing these principles, there are different perspectives from her experience in Germany as opposed to her experience within Latin America and the Caribbean. So Carolina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dorothy. Hello, everyone. It's here the afternoon in Germany, so I know it's early in the morning in the Caribbean. I hope you are having a nice cup of coffee. I will share my screen. I think I'm allowed to do that because I have a very short presentation, but the idea is to make this as informative to engage into discussion. And I know I have a very limited amount of time, but one of the issues I wanted to bring forward into this first panel session and that we were discussing and having this exchange before with Dorothy in the panel is with respect to the laying the grounds for what comes in terms of moving from principles to policies. No? And one of the problems we've seen in the development and strategic thinking about AI in the last years has been the development of over nearly now more than 100 recommendations on ethical procedures and principles for AI advancement. And this is an illustration of a compilation developed by Jessica Field at Harvard Berkman Klein Center with collaborators. And unfortunately, I highly recommend her paper, but the visualization is it's not good. It's so cluttered for a presentation that I had to sort of map it out for everyone here. But basically, the paper, this research maps up until the last quarter of 2019, the main lines of ethical themes that have emerged in the different ethical documents and declarations around the world. And I have to say that in 2020, there are some others. So this research is already a little bit outdated, but in general terms, it's very, very valid because they have identified, I mean, the main pillars of ethical strands of concerns regarding the development of AI into an ever-increasing number of policy domains. No? And so the issue of justice and non-discrimination, the promotion of human values, professional responsibility, human control of technology, transparency and explainability, security, accountability, and privacy are all carefully defined and addressed in this work. And it might be a bit more granular than the kind of discussions we're sometimes seeing around the issue of fairness or the issue of prejudice and bias. And I think this also reflects the kind of technical language and approaches we need to become aware of when thinking about, well, regulating AI in a kind of way. No? And moving forward a little bit and addressing another of the concerns regarding this panel session, we have the issue of the AI application and the role of governments, which is something that is highly relevant for this session. And this is a toolkit developed by UNESCO regarding the role of AI application for governments and what is the role that governments have to play in steering AI in the directions expressed before by my colleagues and the distinguished speakers before me. And so here we have the one of the first and most important roles of government is the introducing the right motivation and the right sphere and ecosystem for debate around such a complex issue as AI. You know, AI is a technology that cross-cuts many productive processes, policy issues, and that has cross-cutting effects across so many industries and sectors. So we are talking about the inclusion of a wide variety of actors, stakeholders with different interests and with different skills, as Dorothy was mentioning in the opening debate, in her opening remarks, I'm sorry. So another aspect related with the role of governments is the particularly strong role in the crucial role as a stakeholder in the policy process, and also in identifying the themes that are most relevant and vital for the development of AI policies, systems, and eventual applications in country or regional contexts. And in this respect, I mean, I would highly recommend, and I can share afterwards a paper developed by Chelsea Brathwaite from the Sri Ridad Rampal Center from the University of Barbados, where she maps some of the most important sectors for the development of thought and R&D investment in the Caribbean. Then we have the issue of building blocks, and again, this has been addressed in the opening session. So, what do we need to have in place when developing AI strategies and policies by governments? So, the issue of the digital divide and digital inclusion was raised, but there are so many other interconnected policy developments and regulatory frameworks that need to be addressed, as including data policy, and which goes much more beyond data protection, which is something that I am seeing that we have this tendency to think about data policies as thinking only about privacy and data protection, which is of course crucial. But in terms of innovation, in terms of development, we also have to think about more comprehensive frameworks of how to address data models, for example, for the reuse, for local entrepreneurs, open data policies, etc., that are very much part of the tracks of the issues we want to raise in the role of governments in the promotion or raising awareness of the application of AI systems in a particular society. And other resources that governments can also develop are related with the glossaries, dictionaries, open learning education tools, etc. So there is a very profound and dynamic role that governments can and should play in terms of the development of AI in their particular context. So because I participated in 2020 as one of the members of the ad hoc expert group working group for the elaboration of this document that was mentioned earlier, I just want to briefly state that this document, I mean, for those who haven't had the chance to read it, it's available online, and it will be adopted in this year, as was mentioned at the assembly. But so this document is about trying to make those ethical problems that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation into a more tangible policy development approach with concrete recommendations as to how to implement these ethical principles into particular policy spheres. So the document makes very clear the values. There are 4 underlying values that are part of this proposal. These values are the respect, protection, and promotion of human dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms, environmental and ecosystem prosperity, diversity and inclusion, and living in peace and harmony. And then with respect to principles, you can see them on the screen, but I will read them. They are more specific now. So the principles are proportionality and safety, security and protection, fairness and non-discrimination, sustainability, privacy, human supervision and decision, transparency and explainability, responsibility and accountability, literacy and raising awareness, governance and adaptive collaboration amongst interested parties. And most significantly, and I'm rushing a little bit because I think we are running a little bit out of time. This is my last slide, and then I will comment, make a brief comment. So the areas of policy action that we identified as a group in collaboration with all the invited experts and national experts that participated in the consultations were these 10 areas that you see here. And of course, this is a document that, although it tries to be specific, it is very high level because it's aimed to be global, to encompass the whole UN member states. So what we do recommend is the policy actions that are oriented at making ethical impact assessments, addressing ethical governance and management, providing countries, with strong and robust data policies, the development and mechanisms of international cooperation, taking into consideration environment and ecosystems. One of the most crucial roles that AI and new technologies, digital technologies can play is in relation to the strong warning that we have from of climate change and the degradation of the environment. And this is particularly relevant for an SIDS agenda. Gender, culture, education, and research, of course. This is the core of UNESCO, economy and labor and health and social welfare. So
thank you so much, Carolina. That was excellent. You've given us a wonderful overview. Because of time, let me now invite Wendell to give his remarks. And he is the co-coordinator of the International Congress for governance of AI, and I always enjoy listening to him. Wendell, you have the floor.
Well, thank you ever so much, Dorothy. And Carolina, I'm hopeful that I will move along quickly enough that we will also hear the concluding comments that you hope to make. As always, I was honored to be invited to talk with you today. And I'd like to get a bit into talking about AI and equality, not just governance, which is what was expressed to me by Cordell as a focus for these comments. In addition to the tragic loss of lives and stressed healthcare systems, the 2020 pandemic forced the shutdown of vast segments of local, national, and international economic activity. And yet as work, education, and play moved online, there was this dramatic acceleration in the growth of the digital economy, including investments in infrastructure and AI research. Heads of companies such as Microsoft were surprised to see the goals that they had projected for 3 to 5 years were being surpassed in the second half of the year. Those who've invested in the digital economy made windfall gains during the pandemic, while tens of millions lost jobs and had difficulty feeding their families. At the Carnegie Council for Ethics and International Affairs, we started a new project that we call the AI and Equality Initiative. And I'm pleased to say that Cordell Green, our co-chair of this forum, is one of the esteemed senior advisors for this initiative. With AIEI, as we call it, we hope to spur a new public dialogue directed at understanding and responding to the innumerable ways in which artificial intelligence impacts traditional notions of equality for better or for worse. In describing the project, we opened with a question. Can AI be deployed in ways that enhance equality, or will AI systems exacerbate existing structural inequalities and create new inequities? I, as you might suspect from my opening statement, have a preliminary answer to that question. At least so far, AI is exacerbating structural inequalities and creating new inequities. And this is not to demean the fact that there are many projects on which AI can be deployed for good and many ways in which it can make a significant improvement to the lives of millions, if not hundreds of millions and even billions of citizens on this planet. But the digital economy is a winner-take-all economy. And that has resulted in the growth of this digital oligopoly, which will also be the AI oligopoly, since the digital oligopoly dominates the accumulation of data, which will feed into the domination of AI systems, which are so dependent upon data. The other important consideration here is this long-term trend where productivity gains, which have traditionally been divided between labor in the form of wages and the owners of capital, is increasingly going to the owners of capital. And by the owners of capital, I mean those of us who own stock, though of course, 84% of financial instruments, at least in the United States, are controlled by 10% of the population. But consider the simple fact that for every job that gets roboticized, the productivity, all the productivity gains from that job go to the owners of capital, those who own the robots. Now, this focus on technological unemployment and the way in which smart systems will exacerbate the digitization of jobs, the turning over of jobs to adaptive systems, particularly when we consider the fact that the focus is almost totally on efficiency and productivity gains. This is well known, as is the problem of algorithmic bias, which has been alluded to by our previous speakers and will no doubt be spoken about throughout this day. but the forms of inequity that are being impacted by emerging technologies and AI specifically go well beyond technological unemployment and algorithmic bias, and include the realms of security and the stability of international finance systems. And of course, there are the new inequities, which have also been alluded to already. That's the access to the internet. Millions do not have access to the internet, and that has almost become a human right in this digital age. And millions are falling below the digital literacy poverty line. So we need to put great resources into education, literacy around digital hygiene, and capacity building in all of the countries of the world, not just the Caribbean. As mentioned by Carolina already, there has been a great expansion in AI principles. The important ones have been the UNESCO principles, the OECD principles, the EU principles, and the Beijing principles. By some counts, there's already more than 100 of these lists, but they do tend to overlap strongly with each other. In formulating principles, nearly all of the groups understood that it wasn't just AI specific concerns that needed to be addressed, but we needed to be addressing this inflection point in human history where emerging technologies were radically restructuring and destabilizing human affairs. Unfortunately, both in the realm of AI for good and in the AI principles, we're dealing with relatively weak instruments in comparison to the power of the digital economy to exacerbate structural inequalities. And furthermore, we need to actually put these strategies of AI for good, we need to actually implement them. And the AI principles, as Carolina alluded to, have to be operationalized. Without this, these principles largely serve as ethics washing, a means for corporations to engage in egregiously imbalanced activities, but hide behind the language of ethics. Now, let me be clear here. I'm not anti-technology by any means. It's clear to me that technological innovations are needed to solve our most serious problems. And I'm actually a great lover of science and fascinated by what we can innovate technologically. We live in this age of awesome technological potential. From nanotechnologies to synthetic organisms, new technologies stand to revolutionize whole domains of human experience. But with these awesome potential come awesome risks. Drones can deliver a bomb as easily as they can deliver a vaccine or agricultural seeds. Makers and hackers can 3D print 3D print germs and guns as well as tools. And supercomputers can short circuit our economies just as easily as they can manage your portfolios. But one thing these technologies can't do is answer the profound moral issues they raise. Who's going to be held accountable when they go wrong? What responsibility do we as creators and users and deployers of technologies have? Now, I have a few recommendations, and they are seminal to the International Congress for the Governance of AI, which was originally organized and was to have convened last April in Prague, but now it's become an online event that will begin in March. And the Congress was focused on going beyond broad principles and thinking through what kinds of governance and mechanisms do we actually need to implement? What kinds of effective international governance mechanisms are needed, and how can we actually implement them? We truly do need 21st century approaches to governance. I think most of us are aware how ineffective the international organizations we have to date have been, at least in confronting the speed and pace of the deployment of emerging technologies. And one proposal that has come out of our experts planning meetings in advance of the International Congress has been a global governance network for AI. Hopefully we can put such a network in place, or such a network will emerge out of work from the OECD or the Global Partnership on AI, or more importantly, through the Secretary General's UN roadmap for digital cooperation. But if not, if we cannot forge effective mechanisms through those mediums, perhaps we need a totally new international mechanism. But secondary to this is that whatever governance approaches we put in place, they are meaningfully inclusive. So far, the kinds of inclusivity we see is largely top-down, where those in positions of power create niches for those from underserved communities and small nations. We need bottom-up inclusivities. And therefore, I encourage those of you in the Caribbean, and I really have been encouraging groups all over the world to self-organize and pick your own representatives to these international forums, not just governance forums, but there are forums looking at deploying scientific innovations and health regimes to countries around the world. And they need representation from underserved communities or the global South. And they don't always know how to get those representatives. So I would like to see those representatives being selected by networks within those communities and directed to these forums rather than these forums picking those representatives themselves. So in conclusion, let me just say, we are in this dramatic inflection point in human history. It's largely created by the convergence of global warming and the deployment of a vast array of emerging technologies that are going to interact in ways that no one can predict. And we need comprehensive governance approaches to address these challenges. Thank you ever so much for your attention.
Thank you, Wendell. As always, lots of food for thought, reminding us that we are at a critical inflection point. And I was very pleased that, at least in this session, I was not the first person to say oligopolies, as I usually am, but reminding us of the relative power of the players. And I think that we have to keep this in mind. You know, all of us who come from small countries, we have to realize that even large countries are at a disadvantage given the power of big tech and the winner takes all approach. I think that in particular, I want to highlight what you said about security, because people are walking around without realizing that entire government systems could be brought down unless we design our approach in such a way that we have alternatives. And Carolina, if you could now just give us the one sentence you wanted to add at the end. I'm very curious. I'm sure you're going to tell us what we are doing in Europe that maybe we could look at.
So thank you. My comment was addressing the question you posed to me before the presentation, is what is Germany doing in this respect? I always work from a Latin American and Caribbean perspective. I'm very much interested in how this developing region as a whole addresses digital governance issues. And And with AI, this is not the exception. So what I basically see in Germany is, well, a very strong government with a strong regulatory capacity, putting sometimes platforms on their knees in terms of data protection and data governance. So that's, again, because data is so crucial for AI, this is something that is very different in what we see here. And Germany is a very important market and influential in Europe as a whole. Secondly, there is a very robust civil society in Germany. And it's when you talk about governance, and as Wendell was referring about comprehensiveness, we are not just talking about governments in governance, but also about civil society. And so civil society is very active and strong and producing very interesting evidence-based research, sometimes with more impact than the research produced by academic centers. And finally, there is the issue, and because of all the regional integration mechanisms that the Caribbean has, which I think is very relevant for you to think about, is in which way can regional mechanisms foster this comprehensive AI development agenda, because Germany, as all European countries, they are working together to frame their digital policies, being AI one of them, and with the EU and spearheading a larger market than individual national markets, this is also more it has much more power, and so that's another difference and a trajectory that in general we are not seeing in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Excellent. I have been given, I see a few questions in the Q&A. One is about taxing robots, and I think that Wendell addressed that. You could tax the robot, but if you haven't managed the power structure behind that robot, that's not going to help you to any great degree. I'm not sure if we can go into that anymore. Do you want to comment on taxing robots, Wendell?
Well, taxing robots is one position that's been put forward. I think it's probably a little bit more complicated because it becomes very difficult to know what is and what is not a bot. These bots are not just physical robots, but they are software that are basically all pervasive in nearly every.
Your refrigerator is your refrigerator a robot,
And that, particularly when we have the Internet of Things, and there is basically everything in your life is wired together. But the underlying problem is broader in terms of this growth of the digital economy. How do we find ways to tax it, or at least generate the capital we need for effective governance, perhaps guaranteed incomes or other societal impacts that require resources? And that's a broader problem. We are in the midst of a distribution crisis, as I was trying to allude to, as capital goes more to as productivity gains go to capital and not to labor, not to wages. So we need some means of effective redistribution, and that is usually thought of as a taxation problem. Taxing robots was one fanciful notion on how to address that.
Well, I could say a lot on this, but I see that we are already over time. So I want to thank both of our panelists for really stimulating presentations and a lot of food for thought. And I hope, Cordell, as we move forward, we'll capture some of these elements so that we look at the recommendations at the end of the session. I mean, the whole forum. So thank you all very much, and good afternoon and goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dorothy, Carolina, and Wendell. And we have Erica Simmons, who is paying very close attention, Dorothy, to what is being discussed, including the chat, because these elements will find their way in a Caribbean policy brief, which is being prepared, which would include a report on these 2 days and the forum. in December. Very instructive comments and laying the groundwork for what is to come. Before we move to the next session, just a quick poll. We know Wendell mentioned, and Caroline as well, the UNESCO draft recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. We're just wanting to know for persons who are attending whether we have read the draft recommendations or similar reports and recommendations that have been made on ethics. It's just a yes, no to get a sense of what's going on in the Caribbean. So, yes, so it is, we are indicating here that there's still quite a bit of work to be done, which is partly why we have organized this forum. A lot of material is being created, and Caribbean people need to become aware of these. We are usually rule takers and not rule makers, but probably for the first time in human history or for a very long time, there really is an equal opportunity to weigh in on these matters. So we don't control all the levers of power, but there is really an intellectual movement on the way now to determine the governance of this new society, which is emerging. So for starters, we recommend that we go online and we find the UNESCO draft recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, and there are many other reports, the IEEE, etc. All right, thank you very much. Isabel?
Yes, thank you, Cordell. I think this has a very interesting results. For the next session,
this will be inclusive and fair algorithmic future.
Yes,
to be chaired by Professor Paul Golding.
Yeah. So
morning, Prof.
Please.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good morning. We are doing a very tight schedule this morning. The area that we're looking at is the equitable application of AI in society with respect to human rights, with an emphasis on the disabled, elderly, children, and youth. We have a very esteemed panel, but we also have a tight schedule, as I mentioned before. Our panelists includes Danraj, Patrick Lafayette, Deidre, Renee, and Paula in that order. Each person will have 8 minutes. 4 of the presenters will be pre-recorded, and the final presenter, Paula, will be live. I encourage my colleagues to use the 8 minutes and not more, so that we can have a little time left at the end for Q&A. So without further ado, we will start with Danraj Thakur. Danraj, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Danraj Thakur. I am the research director at the Center for Democracy and Technology, which is based in Washington, DC. And today I want to talk about gender and artificial intelligence, considerations for the Caribbean. I think there have been several other presenters that have discussed definitions of AI. And I just want to highlight that 2 of the issues or concepts that I'll utilize in some of the examples here include machine learning and deep learning, both subsets of AI. What's key to understand the impacts around the deployment of AI is context. And the context that I want to focus on here is gender relationships within the Caribbean. I'm going to use the example of Jamaica. Not that it's necessarily representative of the entire Caribbean, but it's illustrative for purposes of the presentation. And also from the verse that I want to highlight the word gender, and the way I use it here is in a binary sense, as in men and women, which is incomplete. And a more sophisticated analysis of gender and how AI impacts gender relationships would would include more broader representation of different expressions of gender. So within Jamaica, we know that unemployment rates are higher for women, and even where women and men work in comparable jobs, women earn less money, women have less political power, and women are subject to more and significant degrees of sexual violence and intimate partner violence. And that translates to also to higher levels of gender-based violence online. This context then leads to different forms of discrimination. And what I want to do here is pull on different examples, not necessarily in the Caribbean, but from similar contexts to illustrate these different forms of discrimination. The first form I want to start with is what I call explicit, where there's clear intent to create harm. One way in which this is done is through deepfakes, which is essentially using deep learning tools to create fake but realistic images, often pornographic images of women without their consent. And the headline here points to a bot that was deployed on Telegram, which is similar to WhatsApp. Another form of implicit discrimination is how women are considered to be the embodiment of AI. I draw your attention to this screenshot here of a TV ad from Micromax, which is an Indian-based company, which had developed an AI assistant tool called Aisha for its mobile phones. And here the woman in the screenshot is meant to represent that AI tool. And if you watch the ad, you can see how that's done in a kind of sexualized way. AI chatbots, AI assistant tools, whether from Nigeria, Kenya, or within the US, the ones that you might be more familiar with include Siri, Cortana, and Alexa, all take on women's identities by default. Contrast that to IBM Watson, which is given a male's identity. Other forms of implicit discrimination can actually occur within the system itself and how it's designed. For example, machine learning tools often require the use of large amounts of training data. Where those training data are incomplete or flawed, it might lead to discriminatory outcomes, such as the result from the study Gender Shades, which many of you might be familiar with, where these incomplete data sets actually led to higher error rates among image classification for women with darker skins. Another form of implicit discrimination can occur within the economic context or the business models that are being used. So for example, in this case, an algorithm was designed to show STEM job-based ads to both men and women, but because the ad tech that was being used placed a premium on the cost of showing the ads to women, the algorithm, which was trying to be cost efficient, showed more ads to men than women. Language is also relevant. AI systems often understand language based on its designers, which are typically men, and also its interaction with different people online. So two examples here, one from Microsoft's Tay chatbot, which was developed a few years ago, which when deployed, very soon started harassing women on Twitter. And then a second example, much more recent, is Lee Luda, which was deployed on Facebook and started harassing people there. So how can we address these? So one of the key points I want to start off with is that we need to acknowledge that no technology is neutral objective, right? They are in effect a product of our society and all its biases. Emerging technology, and in fact, such as AI, will co-evolve with existing inequalities. What that all means is that it will simply reinforce existing forms of discrimination and inequality unless they are intentionally designed to do otherwise. That intentionality, I think, is relevant to policymakers, researchers, and industry. For policymakers, I think the important place to start is through gender-responsive AI policies. That includes understanding gender-based differences at each stage of the AI ecosystem, whether from the STEM pipeline to policy and product development and everything in between, and trying to address the inequities therein. It also means investing and developing guidelines to help industry mitigate against potential gender discrimination. Industry, business people often don't have the time or resources to think about these kinds of things, and they will look to government to help provide guidelines about how to prevent them. That can include algorithmic impact assessments and explaining guidelines around AI tools. Governments can also provide incentives to industry to hire women and promote women's leadership in AI, incentivize venture capital to promote gender equity in AI, and obviously support finance and training to support more gender equitable AI entrepreneurship. Academics, I think, we should definitely applaud the work of Caribbean-based computer scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs who are all making advances in the field. But I would ask, where are the social scientists? No offense to the computer scientists and engineers in the room, but they are not necessarily equipped to identify, understand, and deal with some of the forms of discrimination that may stem from AI use, including the political, sociological, psychological, and other kinds of problems. We also need Caribbean researchers to really take on some of the big questions that all researchers everywhere are looking at. For example, how to realize transparency and explainability in AI, and what kinds of legal and ethical frameworks do we need to mitigate against gender-based discrimination, particularly in the Caribbean context. And for industry, I would point out, even where appeals to gender parity based on moral or other ideals do not work, remember that globally, companies with more than 30% of women in executive leadership are actually more profitable than those without. Finally, I think taking what I would call a discrimination conscious by design approach is critical in order to move forward that intentionality that I described earlier. So for example, developers can ask, how does my system, one, maintain gender inequality, or better yet, how can it improve gender equality? So finally, I've left some references here on the slide if that is useful. And I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to the discussions.
Prof, you're muted.
Yes, we will go. What we'll do is to just continue through with the other presentation. So we'll have Patrick coming up next, followed by Deidre, Renee, and then Paula. And at the end, we will have the Q&A. So you'll not hear from me again. So if we can just go right through with Patrick Lafayette.
Greetings, my name is Patrick Lafayette. I'm a VIP, a visually impaired professional. Thanks to the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean and the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, with the support of UNESCO IFAP, for inviting me to participate in the second forum organized within the framework of the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative. My presentation does not reflect the views of all registered categories of disabilities within the Caribbean. I can, however, represent to some degree the opinions and concerns of blind and visually impaired persons regionally. Number one, I will illustrate how blind and visually impaired people depend greatly on the use of machine learning enhancements and AI technology throughout our everyday life and activity. Number two, I will show you some of the daily tools that I use in order to function independently. And three, I will examine personal data content, the fact that I own my own personal data and have a right to how it is accessed and used. Number four, I will offer my concerns over algorithmic bias, privacy, and security. Number five, I will report on several views and opinions on the question of perpetual scrutiny and the concern about the various contexts in which it would be applied. Number six, I will offer some recommendations regarding the application of an omni-stakeholder approach, where the matrix and the treatment of data must necessarily be open data and accessible by all. According to the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, there are more than 1 million people in the Caribbean living with some form of disability, and an estimated 250,000 who experience significant disabilities. With populations aging and an increasing number of people suffering from non-communicable diseases, the number of people in the Caribbean living with some form of disability is expected to rise in coming years. The prevalence of disability could increase by 30 to 40% between 2015 and 2050. To me, these figures are quite concerning. Thankfully, however, technology has been opening doors of opportunities for individuals with disabilities. When tech companies like Microsoft, Google, and Apple establish and pursue inclusive designs, it goes a long way in ensuring that technology works for everyone. Making design widely accessible also ends up being good for those without a disability. According to the World Institute on Disability, WID, only 1 in 10 people who could use assistive products have access to them worldwide. Affordability of the tools required to assist a blind or visually impaired individual in the Caribbean in order for them to gain greater independence and self-reliance is usually priced outside of their reach. Blind people seek the most affordable options available. We use a great number of free applications that are, however, not fully adaptive to our social Caribbean experience. Most of the accessible translation tools that blind and visually disabled people use daily in the Caribbean are still framed and constructed after the US model. What should be a common task of identifying Caribbean currency of any of the individual countries is still a challenge for blind people. I feel that we in the Caribbean need to pay greater attention to making our own contribution to the technological advancement and the development of AI in the region. Number 2, AI has already made huge strides in the realm of communication, accessibility, and independent living for people with disabilities. Voice-assisted AI technology, like that in your Alexa, Echo, and smartphone, is one of the major advances in communication for those with visual impairment. This technology is the major way in which we communicate with our smart devices. Additionally, facial recognition and image recognition are also necessary AI tools for the blind and visually disabled. Number 3, there's a critical need to establish AI standards in order to ensure guardrails against violation of privacy and other human rights. When proper ethical practice is observed and bias and discrimination are policed, violators must be severely fined and/or punished through the courts. As we look forward to legislation of AI policies so that full inclusion of persons with disabilities in the evolution of AI occurs, many of us foresee compounded risks of AI use unless there is commitment to and prioritization of privacy, ethics, and bias. Number 4, according to an American Association of People with Disabilities, AAPD technology consultant, Henry Claypool, all types of AI need diverse data sets to prevent algorithms from learning bias or coming up with results that discriminate against certain groups. While this problem is usually invoked in the context of racial and gender discrimination, people with disabilities are also at risk. Data profiles of people with disabilities are sometimes easy to spot, which makes privacy a concern, especially for conditions that have a high chance for stigmatization, like mental health issues. Henry Claypool adds, people with disabilities access to ubiquitous technologies that are becoming an essential part of the fabric of the modern world would be jeopardized if their information were not being reflected in the data from the start. Keep in mind the question of trading this data in the context of the experience not just as persons with disabilities, which leaves us way down in the bottom of the food chain, but as Caribbean people who have a history of slavery and a treatment of people of color as chattel. So we are very concerned about algorithmic constructs that already contain evidence of embedded bias and discriminatory patterns. There is a level of top quality service that we grow to expect. Oftentimes, we trade privacy for convenience. Take Facebook as a prime example. In more cases than not, we bypass reading the disclaimers and simply click the agree button. On the question of perpetual scrutiny and the concern about the various contexts in which it would be applied, for example, in transportation, self-driving cars are another aspect of AI, about which blind and visually disabled people often express their concern. After my own experience with an electric vehicle, which had a human driver, about 3 years ago in Queens, New York, in which I was nearly ran over, based on the fact that the electric vehicle made no noise but for the sound of the tires on the asphalt. Now, I too am concerned about my travel safety and how much of my personal data will I have to give in order to ensure my safety when crossing roads and navigating public transport, where the AI technology, in order to monitor and ensure my safety as I walk out in public, each step would be monitored. That is a heck of a trade-off of my personal data. The data sets that are created must be fully inclusive, for this will be essential if we are to develop effective solutions against bias, prejudice, and discrimination. It might require people to waive their privacy rights. Number 6, the recommendations that I'd like to offer regarding the application of an omni-stakeholder approach, where the matrix and the treatment of data must necessarily be open data and accessible by all. Tech access in the Caribbean is a problem for now, but with a more concentrated effort to educate and equip the young generation of the Caribbean to play a greater role in the development of AI technology that will be reflective of our regional experience, that's what's needed. It's not a far stretch to see how blind and visually impaired people from the Caribbean region can easily be disadvantaged by algorithms designed without full and fair inclusion. As Caribbean residents and citizens of independent states, we already have to deal with the problem of our disability, the challenges of our poor economic condition, the lack of viable employment opportunities, and proper education tools and facilities. In most cases, these communities throughout the Caribbean have a great reliance on government for care and social service. And since our greatest concern is privacy, without ignoring the stigma attached to government and tech industry who have been guilty of trading and selling personal information, this to us is a major concern. We are in the category of the vulnerable and are concerned that our choice and options might be limited to our compliance or willingness to part with personal data. We request that when the AI policy construct is implemented, the disabled people of the Caribbean can be assured that their governments will establish guardrails, watchdog groups, and algorithm constructs to ensure parity. Thank you ever so much for your time. I'm Patrick Lafayette. God bless you.
Sorry, Ms. Williams, I think you're muted.
Yes. Deidre,
Ms. Williams?
you're muted.
I'm a recording.
Yes.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to make a contribution to this discussion about an inclusive and fair algorithmic future. In the spring of 1993, I was lucky enough to be in the audience at one of the very early demonstrations of Mosaic, one of the earliest web browsers, at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. 28 years ago, the online world was full of golden possibilities. Perhaps people will disapprove of my metaphor that the snake of commercialism hadn't yet been allowed into the garden. By the next year, it was coiled comfortably there, and the possibilities of the internet took off like a rocket, yet ever further and faster. And once again, the smaller, poorer, more remote countries of the world were left further and further behind. When the rules were being agreed, we weren't in the discussion, and so found ourselves bound by rules set up elsewhere by other people. We, the people of these small islands, need to adopt the slogan created by the Persons with Disabilities constituency and insist, nothing about us without us. My comments for this discussion boil down to two main headings: language and big data. About language, we should examine first the words that we use when we talk about AI. The verb to learn is used, but the method of learning more resembles Pavlov's conditioning, in which a very precise stimulus elicits a similarly precise response. But the response is not necessarily related to the stimulus in human terms. I suggest that when we speak of learning as a general term, we are considering something much less precise, much more human. When we talk about AI as if it were capable of good and evil, we forget that it is a virtual machine and amoral. Any capacity to display good or evil depends on the humans who programmed it and the data that was fed into it. But of course, it all adds to the hype, and a barrier to understanding is created between the AI itself and the ordinary person whose life may be affected by it. The face of AI presented to the ordinary user is a pseudo-human face, which is particularly intimidating. An inclusive and fair algorithmic future requires provision of objective information about that future, pitched at the level of its ordinary users. There is another dimension to my language heading. In another life, the St. Lucian poet Derek Walcott wrote that we were blessed with a virginal, unpainted world, with Adam's task of giving things their names. That's where we all begin, learning language, learning the names of things, and that's where artificial intelligence begins, with humans giving things names, labels, to allow the AI to function. Do the labels given include us, include our context and circumstances? Is our world there at all? Is this AI intelligent about us? My second heading is big data. My comment that the data is not big enough. Once again, we run the risk of being left out. With a sadly few but excellent exceptions, the Caribbean is not good at collecting its own data, at keeping those data sets up to date and accurate, and at sharing them. What AI excels at is identifying patterns, at picking out things that it has been taught to see and recognizing that other elements that it has been taught are or are not present. But it needs to have had the process initiated by human agency. Someone needs to teach it these elements, and if an element has not been taught, then it cannot be recognized. As an illustration from ordinary life, several years ago, my husband's laptop was stolen. The laptop was recovered and the prosecution brought to court. Sadly, at that time, the law had not been taught to recognize the value of the information contained in the device. Because it had not been taught, it was unable to see the several years of my husband's research that had been destroyed by attempts to purge the hard drive. It could see only a rather elderly and hence not very valuable artifact, and so was unable to take the crime very seriously. Have you ever wondered why artificial intelligence is unable as yet to provide us with definite and reliable forecasting of hurricanes? That would be such a useful application. There would be no need to close down countries based on the possibility that this particular storm might hit. No need to board up windows, buy supplies, wait through agonizing, fear-filled hours, unless you knew that the threat was real and the storm would hit. But so far, we cannot predict hurricane trajectories exactly. Doesn't this sound exactly like the type of problem that artificial intelligence was created to deal with? The problem is that big data is not big enough. We need a mechanism that will capture data about the flapping of butterfly wings in outer Mongolia. Then we might be able to know if the hurricane will hit us or not. The ITU has just launched a new focus group to apply artificial intelligence to natural disasters. I hope that we will be part of it and that we will ensure that our data is faithfully and accurately reported for the use of the exercise. Without the human will, the political will, this initiative for us will fail. There is also the issue of trust. Many examples of artificial intelligence are things that we are expected to sign up for, buy into, but what if we don't trust them? What if we have heard about predictive technology that has been demonstrated to make terrible mistakes based on biases that are programmed into the software? So please add to the policy wish list language about artificial intelligence that we understand and that includes us. Sufficient accessible information to allow us to understand and trust artificial intelligence, and initiatives for the collection and the protection of our inclusive and accurate data. Thank you very much.
I'm Renee Cummings, a criminologist, AI ethicist, and data activist. So every day I wake up thinking about algorithms, data, the data infrastructure, and the data power structure, the power and privilege inherent in the data collection process, the classification, annotation, and interpretation of data, because algorithms are only as savvy as the quality of data used to design them, and algorithms are only as sophisticated as the minds that have conceptualized them. If data scientists and other developers of algorithms have a myopic worldview, a narrow cosmology where there is a lack of diversity or a fear of inclusion or no respect for equity, then the algorithms they design will mirror those deficiencies. They will create defective algorithms that could violate our civil rights and our human rights. Algorithms inherit prejudices. Algorithms often reflect biases that persist in society, pre-existing patterns of exclusion and inequality, often denying historically disadvantaged and vulnerable groups representation, visibility, full participation, and equal access to resources. One of the greatest fallacies of science is that science is neutral, that data, math, statistics, AI processes such as machine learning, deep learning, and supervised learning are objective. There's nothing raw about raw data. AI relies on large data sets rife with racial, economic, gender, disability biases, deeply ingrained cultural prejudices and structural hierarchies. So what's required are explanations, justifications, contextual information about the application of algorithms. Algorithms must always be transparent, accountable, explainable, auditable, accurate, responsible, fair. AI we can trust We must find reasonable ways to regulate the use of algorithms and balance innovation and ethics. Ethics will not stifle innovation. Ethics must match the pace of innovation. Ethics must be integrated across the life cycle of AI. We must design ethical AI using interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches and interventions to detect, mitigate, manage, and monitor AI risks. There is so much to be gained from the application of AI to just about everything we do. AI is probably the most powerful technology ever as it continues to transform our world. But we must create an environment of careful stewardship and of rigorous and robust ethical guardrails to ensure that we do no harm with AI. We must encourage informed public debate through extensive stakeholder engagement, utilizing collective intelligence and diverse intelligences, government, industry, academia, media, stakeholders in conversation together and working together to get AI right. We must challenge the stereotypes around AI, which are trapped in a haunting history of colonization, Eurocentrism, oppression. We must remove the veil of secrecy and openly discuss the long-term impacts of AI in society and how the benefits of AI will be distributed in the US, in criminal justice, policing, sentencing, corrections, healthcare, finance, real estate, education, hiring, advertising, marketing. The list goes on. We have experienced the hidden effects of algorithmic discrimination, algorithmic profiling, algorithms marginalizing and victimizing, algorithms replicating and reinforcing racial disparities, economic disparities, creating a digital form of systemic racism and discrimination. We've got to think about that because in criminal justice in particular, we have seen the dangers of AI, arraignment by algorithms, algorithms changing the way justice is administered, the outsourcing of criminal justice decision-making to algorithms and risk scores, which have been disproportionately unfair and racially biased against Black and Brown defendants, machine bias, algorithms codifying unconscious bias and systemic racism in criminal justice. We have also seen how proxies for race, such as criminal history, financial history, education, employment, neighborhood characteristics, zip codes, slip into data classification. AI is presenting new challenges and new risks for vulnerable populations. We have witnessed how systemic racism operates in algorithms and how algorithms impact communities most marginalized politically, economically, and socially, high needs and underserved communities that are feeling the impact of algorithms. And these are the communities that need the greatest support. AI is widening the wealth gap, so we must be vigilant. And while there are many benefits to the deployment of algorithms in the criminal justice system, we must be cautious that we are not sacrificing equity for expediency. Fairness is often a central value in the creation of AI systems. So how do we create an algorithm for fairness? How do we code fairness? What's the computational calculation for fairness? So algorithms must be interrogated. Auditability is critical. Audits and impact assessments that continuously check for bias in algorithms. Badly designed algorithms can live forever, silently wreaking havoc. Algorithms can be very destructive. Then there's the question of life and liberty versus trade secrets in the criminal justice decision-making process that uses algorithms, the atrocities of the automated black box and the data calculation process. AI can make predictions without having to specify by which those decisions are reached. How fair is that? Explainability is therefore a critical aspect of algorithmic fairness. If an algorithm says you are at risk, or you are a risk to public safety, or you should receive a sentence that is deemed unjust, or you should be denied parole. How do you challenge the algorithm? Something you cannot see and something that is often protected as a trade secret and an intellectual property right. So the right to know versus proprietary rights and trade secrets, the jury is still out on that one, but we must ensure laws that apply to human decisions can be effectively applied to algorithmic decisions, and that political, proprietary, or business concerns do not take priority over civil rights and human rights. So do algorithms make things fairer? We've got to think about that. Or do they repeat past practices and patterns? Do algorithms automate the status quo? Algorithms must always be culturally relative, culturally sensitive, and culturally responsive. We must build a new kind of consciousness around data that requires eternal vigilance. We must create data narratives that embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion. We must embrace a multicultural worldview across the AI lifecycle, from design, development to deployment. So as we innovate, we must strive for inclusive technology with due diligence that pays particular attention to duty of care, never compromising due process. So as we continue to stretch the imagination of AI, we must advocate always for justice-oriented design, principles, and data rights, because data rights are human rights, and data rights will be the civil rights movement of our time. We must do the right thing in real time and create a diverse, inclusive, and equitable algorithmic future for all. I thank you so very much. Thank you.
Prof.
Yes, Cordell.
Paula.
Yes, Paula is on now.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, Paula, we're seeing your screen.
The PowerPoint, is this correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
But you have to go to slideshow.
Yeah.
Right.
Hold on. PowerPoint.
And we're not seeing the screen anymore. Yeah, seeing it now.
Okay.
Let's go to slideshow.
Yes, but it says I have the only hosts. Okay, well, I'm just gonna put it here.
Or perhaps, Prof, we can take the other speaker.
No, Paula is the last
I'm the
speaker.
last speaker.
Paula is the last speaker.
Yes.
No, I'll just speak. Hold on, because I don't understand why I'm not being able to only show my PowerPoints.
Just select slideshow at the top and go to start from the beginning.
Share your screen again, Paula.
Yes, I have my PowerPoint only templates.
Yeah.
Right, and just go to the top slideshow.
Slideshow.
Yeah, across from the banner.
You have
with file,
design,
form,
transitions,
insert.
animations, then slideshow.
Animations.
At the very top.
The second bar at the very top.
Oh my God. No, okay, panic.
Just don't worry, Paula. You have tapped up. You are at home. The next one is insert, draw, all the way over to slideshow.
I'm not going.
Down at the bottom where your
I don't have anything higher. No, it's okay.
I think she's in a different screen.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't have the screen. I'm choosing my. It's fine. Sorry about that. I'll share the PowerPoint afterwards if that's okay.
Okay, that's
We
fine.
share. She has the rights for presenting the PowerPoint.
Yes, she does.
I will share my PowerPoint afterwards.
Okay, that's
yeah,
good.
I'll share it afterwards. Okay, so.
That's the Secretariat. If you have the PowerPoint, you can share it now.
No, we don't have our PowerPoint. Go right ahead, Paula.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So good morning, and after these very, very interesting presentations, I will focus on UNESCO's role in really promoting and fostering more inclusive and ethical artificial intelligence. And then I will also zoom into gender equality considerations and what UNESCO has done in this respect. So as we've seen, along with the multiple advantages in the fields of climate change or education, for example, artificial intelligence and its correlated technologies can also generate potential risks and challenges, which in turn can deepen inequalities and divides. So UNESCO approaches AI from an ethical and humane perspective so that the development of these technologies really benefit all of humanity. UNESCO aims to bring a multidisciplinary and holistic approach to the development of AI in the service of humanity, sustainable development, and peace. So taking into consideration the ethical basis of artificial intelligence is fundamental so that these technologies not only protect, but also promote human rights and human dignity, as we've seen today or in this panel. In this regard, UNESCO has embarked on an ambitious 2-year process to elaborate the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which would be the first normative document of its kind and would act as an ethical guiding compass and global normative instrument to protect and promote human rights. And this recommendation is aimed to help member states ensure that the research, design, the development, and the deployment of artificial intelligence systems consider the well-being of humanity, the environment, and sustainable development. And this final draft text will be presented for adoption by member states in this upcoming November. And within this recommendation, there's key considerations that are made on the importance that artificial intelligence-based technologies and systems must ensure diversity, inclusion, and gender equality. Indeed, AI algorithms can foster exclusion, bias, and discrimination against women, as we've actually seen today. For example, language translation engines can propagate gender stereotypes by identifying some professions as male and others as female. We've seen that recruiting software can downgrade resumes that contain the word women because they've been designed based on men's resumes. So when we consider that AI has to be inclusive and non-discriminatory, then gender considerations also need to be addressed. Furthermore, we have to be mindful that women are not a homogeneous group. Thus, the development of artificial intelligence technologies should also take into consideration the differentiated impact on women, girls, even gender nonconforming people, and areas of intersectionality. For example, facial recognition software on gender identification shows higher error rates for darker female faces as compared to lighter male faces. The elaboration of the reports, I'd Blush If I Could, and Artificial Intelligence and Gender Equality by UNESCO are examples of UNESCO's action in highlighting the importance of having gender considerations in the design, development, deployment, and use of artificial intelligence. Of course, not all artificial intelligence technology reinforces negative stereotypes. In fact, it can help challenge oppressive gender norms. But it is important, nevertheless, that these frameworks exist to guarantee that gender equality is continuously promoted. One step for promoting more inclusion and diversity in the field of digital innovation is to include more women in the design, in the development, and deployment of these technologies. For example, have you ever wondered why do most virtual assistants have by default female names and voices? Perhaps this might be a consequence of the lack of diversity amongst tech developers. In fact, only 22% of AI professionals worldwide are female, while women make up only 12% of AI researchers. Furthermore, with women making up 6% of software developers, much remains to be done to create incentives for girls and women to pursue studies in the field of technology, but also to ensure that workspaces have diverse and gender balanced teams. And this should also be combined with eliminating the obstacles faced by women for entering and remaining in the field of STEM. Therefore, for UNESCO, this really means advancing that the design, development, and deployment of these technologies adopt gender equality considerations and principles that foster diversity and inclusion. At the same time, to ensure that these emerging technologies benefit humanity and international and national policies, as well as regulatory frameworks, need to be developed and adopted. This is why UNESCO is advocating for a global recommendation on the ethics of AI. On another note, while the latest AI technology is being developed in countries of the global north, inclusion also means considering the needs and views of experts and people from countries of the global south. Search engines, for example, are more likely to show results from countries in the global north as top results. Private companies in the global north capture and store data from people from countries in the global south. So AI is already used all over our world and permeates different spheres of our lives. And therefore, it means that decision makers, for example, in the Caribbean region, also need to be engaged in decisions and discussions that will regulate AI. Having decision makers that are aware of how artificial intelligence works and that are mindful of its impact and implication can help cushion possible disruptive effects, for example, on the labor market. The business outsourcing sector in Jamaica currently provides 36,000 jobs. This is an industry that is threatened by the rise of artificial intelligence. Therefore, in the Caribbean region, an artificial intelligence strategy would be interesting and key to prevent negative disruptions, to ensure inclusion, and to enhance resilience in Caribbean small island developing states. Civil society can also play a key role in ensuring that AI-based technologies promote diversity, inclusion, and gender equality. This entails raising awareness, helping strengthen capacities on the benefits and potential challenges of AI, learning about the implications of AI. When civil society raises their voice to point out issues linked to biases or discrimination, this also makes AI developers and AI developing companies accountable. And of course, we need further ethical commitments from large AI producing companies and not, as we have seen today, ethical washing. There's also an inherent responsibility. There is also an inherent responsibility to understand the potential risks and implications when designing and deploying AI-based technologies. In this light, UNESCO will continue to undertake advocacy activities, raising public awareness, producing knowledge, and supporting decision makers in the region to ensure that these emerging technologies are equitable, accountable, inclusive, and serve all of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I know we are running behind schedule, so what I'm going to do is just a quick summary and we wrap up. But if there are any questions, we can take them after. I just want to make one quick comment. We are seeing what is happening with the distribution of vaccine for COVID-19, and that is indicative of AI. If we are not involved in the policy making, we will be left behind. I want to thank Danraj, who spoke about reinforcing gender biases with AI, Patrick Lafayette, who spoke about, among other things, inclusive designs to ensure that persons with disability are not left out, Renee, who spoke about the immoral nature of AI, Renee, who spoke about ethics and using interdisciplinary approach to ethics, and Paula, who spoke about UNESCO's role and gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the panel and thank you all for coming and listening. You must agree that this was a really entertaining and diverse presentation. Thank you all, my panelists.
Thank you, Professor Golding. I do agree that it was a very, very excellent session. And thank you to the panelists for sharing with us so important updates and interesting. That we can now go to another poll to ask everyone to answer the following question. Do you think AI will increase or decrease inequality? And let's see the answers. Okay, I'm seeing that most of the results indicate that they will increase inequality. And this will even strengthen our need of working for ensuring that this would be on the contrary. AI should increasing them. Decreasing inequality, achieving inclusiveness, this is the work that still needs to be done. For that, we need to go really deep to ensure that AI systems benefit everyone in an inclusive manner, including those that are, of course, in the most need. And for these policies are really needed that can help us in achieving these results instead of what is happening now, that we are seeing that we are in the risk of having less inclusiveness, and that we will be increasing inequality instead of really decreasing it.
Yes, it's also a mixed view. I think clearly we still have some levels of uncertainty. And I agree with you entirely, Isabel. Efficiency must be the servant, but not the goal of this process. So we really have to ask whether we are solving real problems with technologies such as artificial intelligence. And one of the pressing problems is the divide we have, the poverty divide. We have heard people talk about the digital divide in its many dimensions. And it's not good to talk about technology and to put it in the context of efficiency and clothe it with terms such as development if we are really not being transformational and solving real problems. That's what I picked up from Deidre's presentation. That's what Renee was emphasizing. And it's interesting that Renee, in her comments, not just because of her training, but in framing the challenges with AI, touched on the justice system, which we can't touch on when we talk about artificial intelligence and how the operating systems of society are changing by technology and will be transformed by AI. We really have to do a deep dive into raising questions about the administration of justice. And that is what the next session is about. AI and modernization of the justice system. It takes the form of a veranda chat. We should have two esteemed members of the bench in this conversation. I know we have one judge who is on, Chief Justice Archie in Trinidad, I understood, was having some challenges, and we are working on that. This conversation will be moderated by a very distinguished member of the bench, of the bar, I beg your pardon, M. Georgia Gibson Henlin, Queen's Counsel and Managing Partner of Henlin Gibson Henlin Attorneys at Law. The spotlight is yours, Georgia.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, welcome. We are grateful that you have set aside time to attend this session, which will examine the role of artificial intelligence in the modernization of justice. I am Georgia Gibson Henlin, Queen's Counsel, as you just heard Cordell say, with a specialization in commercial litigation and technology law. Today I'm your moderator, and it's my pleasure to introduce two remarkable and eminent speakers who, as you will soon learn, are well suited to discuss this subject, Judge Isabella Ferrari and Justice Ivor Archie. I hope that by the time I'm finished with my introductions, Justice Archie will be able to join us, but if unfortunately he's unable to do so, I can assure you that Judge Isabella Ferrari is well poised and to do so. He is a federal judge of the 2nd Regional Court, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, since 2012. In 2016-2017, she was a Harvard Law visiting researcher and is currently a PhD candidate at the State University of Rio de Janeiro. She is also a member of the Information All Working Group of UNESCO, an advisor to the Future Society, an initiative incubated at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government that studies the impact of technology on society. Justice Ivor Archie, he holds the distinction of being the youngest person to become Chief Justice of Trinidad and Tobago, having been appointed as the country's 8th Chief Justice at the age of 47 in 2008. In 2013, he was awarded the country's highest honor, the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. With degrees in mechanical engineering and law, he has brought to the bench varied experience in the construction and oil and gas industries, as well as a broad litigation background. He graduated from the Hugh Wooding Law School in Trinidad in 1986, where he received the award for the most outstanding performance during the 2-year program and began his legal career in private practice with a reputable firm. Thereafter, the Honorable Chief Justice spent a significant part of his legal career in the service of the governments of Trinidad and Tobago, the Turks and Caicos Islands, and Cayman Islands in the Northern Caribbean. In the Cayman Islands, he served first as Crown Counsel and Senior Crown Counsel from 1990 to 1995, and then as Solicitor General from 1995 to 1998. He also acted as that territory's Attorney General on a number of occasions. In 1998, he was elevated to the High Court bench of Trinidad and Tobago, and then to the Court of Appeal in 2004. As Chief Justice, Justice Ivor Archie is also President of the Court of Appeal of Trinidad and Tobago and the Trinidad and Tobago Judicial Education Institute and Chairman of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, the body responsible for the selection of persons to serve on the bench. He is also a fellow of the Commonwealth Judicial Education Institute, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and a certified arbitrator. As an alumnus and fellow of the Commonwealth Judicial Education Institute, he is a qualified trainer of persons responsible for the design and delivery of judicial education programs. The Honorable Chief Justice has spearheaded many initiatives geared towards the improvement of the administration of justice in Trinidad and Tobago. These include the widespread application of information communication technologies in the courts, enhanced collaboration with stakeholders in the justice sector, and the creation of a business model approach to the administration of justice. He is has also been the visionary behind the establishment of a stronger customer service trust in the judiciary, and more recently has been at the helm of a major exercise aimed at transforming the judiciary into a high-performing professional organization. Outside of his professional life, Justice Archie is a martial artist, an avid tennis player, golfer, and a club cricketer, and a member of the celebrated Williams Choir. Welcome and thank you for joining us, Ivor and Isabella. Now,
Georgia, you've been very expansive in the introduction. After this, we will promote you to broadcaster. That was an excellent stretch. We're still trying to contact the Chief Justice, so we're having some challenges. Let's go on the rebuttable presumption that Judge Ferrari is the only person in the veranda chat for this session.
Okay. So now we are going to be discussing an area in which it might be thought that artificial intelligence has no application. And I think I heard an earlier speaker speaking to some of the pitfalls in applying artificial intelligence applications to justice. We have seen, though, that in the introduction to this session, that the thought was placed on the table that law is based on rules and logic, which is not dissimilar to the logic orientation of AI. And like law, AI will intersect with and affect every facet of society. However, the pace and extent to which AI integrates with the legal system must be carefully managed to mitigate risk that AI poses to the administration of justice. So the question that I will now pose to Isabella is that AI and machine learning and robotics are part of a new industrial revolution, sometimes referred to as the fourth industrial revolution. AI in particular has the ability to manage, manipulate, and process vast amounts of data. This makes it well suited to take over many tasks that were previously thought to be within the exclusive jurisdiction or domain of humans. Is this statement applicable in the context of the administration of justice, and can AI support the administration of justice? Judge Isabella?
Thank you so much, Ms. Henley, for the presentation and the questions. And let's talk about this topic that is one of the most important, in my view, at least. So the answer is a huge yes. I believe that AI will redesign the way we decide the problems we have. And this is something that I'm already seeing happening in my country, Brazil. We're having a very rich scenario of AI in law in the last years. And this is something that we have decided that will be a strategy that we will adopt in Brazil to deal with the massive litigation we have. So there are several things that we can discuss on this issue, the great advantages that AI might bring to the judiciary and to the legal system in general, and also the dangers that AI poses,
You had mentioned, because we spoke about this at some length, and you mentioned some areas, first before going to the judiciary, in which AI can assist public and private lawyers. And you mentioned e-discovery and jurimetrics. Would you like to expand on that some more for us?
Yes, of course. So AI is not only being used by judges in Brazil, and I'd like to talk about this later, but AI might be used by all the agents of the legal system. So we're seeing AI tools multiply and be each time more applied by private and public lawyers in different fields. So we have e-discovery, that is the situation in which you apply AI tools to read the elements that you have and find out what must be found. So if some years ago, an investigator would spend, I don't know, months reading all the documents they found in a specific situation, you can use AI tools to pre-read all these documents and then establish some red flags so that the investigator can look only at that. This is something that was very decisive to the car wash operation, an operation that happened in Brazil, and that was only viable because the huge amount of documents, etc., was read by AI tools. And then the investigators focused only in what seemed to be not adequate. So this is a discovery. It's been used in Brazil, it's been used in the US, it's been used abroad. AI is being each time more applied also to do what we call jurimetrics. That is, the AI tools are used to understand the flow of the lawsuit. So when you file a lawsuit, you have information on how long it should take and how long that judge should rule that lawsuit. So if before, when we start precedents, etc., we can have an idea, the good lawyer might have an idea of what the court would rule on that situation. The jurimetric tools, they say, for example, that in this specific case, Judge Isabella tends to think that, and if she establishes some sort of payment, etc., it should be among this and that. And this would happen in, I don't know, 4 years and 3 months. So you do something that was done by that feeling of the good lawyer in an automated way, in an intelligent way and through an intelligent system. And then you are much more anchored in science, let's say so. And we expect that these provisions should be much more like related to what will effectively happen. But there's more than that. For example, each time more lawyers are using AI to draft lawsuits so that they don't need to do that. They will just review what the system has done after, and to assist, but also to replace lawyers. So it's coming and coming, and it's replacing the agents, especially in repetitive tasks.
Does it have any application though in terms of judicial decision making, such as suggesting precedents to judges or drafting judicial decisions? Because one of the issues that we have, well, certainly in Jamaica, that is contributing to the backlog is the ability to deliver decisions in a timely manner. Are there any ways in which AI could assist in this process?
Definitely. So in Brazil, we are seeing each time more AI tools being used to suggest precedent to judges. And this is really important because we have a multiplicity of decisions in Brazil. And it's interesting to see that if you have an AI tool that will suggest precedents, it tends to make the decisions much more aligned than they were before, if there's no obligation to do so. But more than that, more than just suggesting, that is something that is already relevant, because if you have a suggestion, you tend to follow that. But more than that, we already have in Brazil AI tools that are drafting decisions to judges, especially in appeal courts. So this is a tendency that it's starting to happen, and I believe it will happen each time more. And if we go to the extreme, we must look at the future and imagine that at some point, and for some situations, AI must even replace judges. It seems like a crazy thing that I'm saying, or groundbreaking, but we must remember that Estonia is already developing an AI system that will replace judges for small claims. And this is a work tendency. I've been in some events with judiciary administrators and justices of Supreme Courts, and the point is not anymore if AI will replace, but how and where it can replace in a safe way. So I think things will change a lot in the next 2 or 3 years. Professor Richard Susskind, that one of the most important professors studying technology and judiciary, he says something that is that the legal system will probably change more in the next 10 years than it has changed in the last 200. And I really believe that's what's happening.
Also, so my next question then, leading off from the idea that there are these robot judges in small claims, is it that small claims, given that usually they center on money claims, are more suited to the application of AI than other claims, such as, say, human rights?
I believe it's less dangerous. I mean, if you have only a problem concerning money, if something wrong happens, it's not as bad as if you have, for example, a system deciding if someone should go to jail or not. I mean, so it seems to be the most interesting spot to start this experience and see how AI can help us. But I doubt that when this works well, it will be restricted to this. I think we will expand these applications for other fields. And that's why it's so important to discuss this here. I have been watching the previous panel, and they talked a lot about the biases and the problems that we might have. And this is the moment to discuss this. We can't wait things to happen to discuss the problems that we might have. We must look at these problems and think how we can deal with them so that when AI comes to these fields, we're much more informed, and we have already raised awareness to guarantee that we're walking in the direction of a fairer system and not the opposite one, right?
So perhaps you may consider me a skeptic, because if I keep taking you back to the idea that AI may very well be more suited to those legal issues that have more predictable outcomes, such as like probates, divorces, simple contracts than where judicial decision making is hinged on discretion. What do you say to that?
It's definitely more suited to the situations because you don't deal with the dangers of applying AI to other situations. But the fact that it's more suited to these situations does not mean that it's not suited to the other ones at some point. And it does not mean that if you apply AI to the formal ones, we will be able to deal with the huge litigation of the second kind. So I believe that it will be applied all over. I don't think that, I think it might start from this, but the work tendency is applying AI all over the system at any situations that we consider that it's suited. And it's interesting to see that the legal decision makers, they usually look at the advantages of AI, because when someone tells you a story, you tend to go with what is good. And this awareness of what might go wrong is something that must be constructed. So before, you're very excited, and then someone must come and make you think about the problems that might happen. So that's what this kind of discussion is really important. And there is one example that for me was really shocking, probably because I'm a judge. And it's called Lumi's case. I think it's something that everyone should know. It's an extreme situation. It was an extreme situation, but it really shows all the problems that we might have when we adopt AI. So I usually talk about it, and if it's okay for you, I'll briefly tell the case. The Lumi's case is a case that happened in the American state of Wisconsin. Where they adopt 4 years, they had adopted 4 years a software to help judges analyze the possibility of recidivism. So when a person was arrested, and this person is conducted to the presence of a judge, and the judge must decide if the person will be arrested or will have a possibility of bail when the lawsuit is ongoing. So this software was applied by the judge of the Lumi's case. Lumis is a man. So he was conducted to the presence of a judge. The judge adopted the software compass, and the compass said that Lumis was someone that had a high risk of recidivism. So the judge decided that Loomis would be arrested while the lawsuit was ongoing until the final decision. And the lawyers, Loomis lawyers, they wanted to understand why he was considered a dangerous person, a person with a high risk of recidivism. So they asked the judge the reasons, and he denied the demand. They appealed to the Supreme Court of Wisconsin. The Supreme Court of Wisconsin said that Compass is a proprietary software, so they wouldn't open the code to explain the reasons why Loomis was considered a dangerous person. And they appealed to the Supreme Court of the United States. And the Supreme Court of the United States that might decide not only the case itself, but also if they want to decide, they said that that situation involved technology and that they were not ready for it. They didn't know enough about technology, so it was not the moment to rule that kind of situation. So Loomis was arrested during the lawsuit without knowing why. And if this seems something problematic enough, it gets worse when we receive the information that the Compass software was not a software developed inside the judiciary. It was a private software that the judiciary had rented from the private sector. So not even the judges that adopted Compass knew exactly how it was working. And things get even worse when we receive the information that an NGO called ProPublica audited the software, and they found out that Compass was biased against Black people. So just by being Black, someone had 2 times more chances of being considered dangerous than a white person in the same situation. So the example of Compass show us the main dangers of AI. There are, first, the problem of opacity. When we have machine learning tools, we don't know exactly how they work. They work through a multiplicity of correlations. They work on data. They don't give you an information of the rule of decision, let's say so. So you don't properly understand what's happening. So if there is some sort of discrimination in this decision-making logic, it takes time to find out. And even if when we talk about AI, it seems something really scientific because algorithms have mathematical basis, we must remember that these algorithms are learning through data, and this data is produced in our biased society. So there is a high chance that the biased society produce a data that is also biased. And if this happens, we can get to what Cathy O'Neill has called weapons of math destruction, not mass, but math, like mathematical destruction. Yeah. Because algorithms get this bias and they make it huge, they make it more applicable. So these are the main concerns when we're talking about AI tools and the judiciary AI tools and decisions on important tools like.
So shifting gear a bit again to look at some of the benefits that it offers in the administration of justice. You spoke earlier about, say, e-discovery, but what about judicial precedents that lawyers tend to use? How does it work there to reduce costs or any other benefits?
Yes, when we talk about the benefits of AI in the judiciary system, we can talk about many things. We can use AI to give information to the parties of a conflict, and even regarding if they have or not have, they do or do not have the right they think they have. And we can use AI to make the judiciary much cheaper, to provide more accessibility by people all over the country, and in a easiest way. We can use AI to help us get to more predictable outcomes. And if the AI tools are well designed, we can use AI to advance fairness. That is our main goal. So we can take the judiciary that is still something that is far from people and make it like something that is closer, something that is easier, something that is cheaper, something that is faster, and something that is better. If we design algorithms that do not have the problems that we're talking about.
I know that Chief Justice Archie is not here, but I don't know if you are equipped to answer this question, even though I know you're immersed in the area, so I will still take a try at it. Are you aware of any solutions that are being used or piloted in the Caribbean in relation to AI?
I don't know about Caribbean solutions, but when we talked to Judge Archie previously, he was saying that at least in Trinidad and Tobago, they are thinking about how they can advance the scenario of AI using this kind of tools. What I can tell you is that this kind of concern with AI in the judiciary is a global concern. So I'm in a group of UNESCO, and UNESCO is developing an AI course for judges all over the world. It's going to be a massive open course for judges. And this comes from the idea that it is happening, and it's important that at some point, at least at some point, judges must understand the tools that they are applying. And they must understand also the concerns that this new technology might pose. And to develop this course, we made a survey with judges, and the ranked first concern that they had was with ethics. So which kind of ethical concerns these new technologies are posing? How can we guarantee that we don't do more harm than good when we use this kind of tools? So this is something that is coming strongly to our field. And it's time to get out of our little box of the legal and look at what's by our side and what might help us. And something that I always say, Ms. Henley, is that I talked about the two main dangers of AI, opacity and discrimination. But it's important to realize that the opacity, the concern with opacity, is already being addressed by programmers. So when we take a look at the field, we'll see that, especially in the last 2 years, programmers are developing a new field called AI explainability. So there are new tools that might help us understand the path that the software took to get to that decision. So this is the best time. This is a time when we have momentum to tell them what we want to know. What we want to know to guarantee that the softwares are not biased, and how we want this information to come to us. When we were talking before, I said that Chief Justice Archie, he's an engineer. It's not only good enough to be a Chief Justice, he's also an engineer. So he would probably understand what the programmers bring when you read a paper on explainable AI, but I don't. And it's really important that this information that is so relevant come in a way that we can understand. We judges, we lawyers, we civil society, so that we are integrated to this discussion. So this is the perfect moment to start discussing a regulation on what these developers should bring to us in terms of information. Because something that I did not say, but I can say now, is that the discussion that the Supreme Court of Wisconsin had in the Compass situation is inadequate. Because when you talk about an algorithm that adopts machine learning, it's not enough to open the code. You shouldn't be discussing if you open or you do not open the code. If you open the code, you won't have the information on why the decision was that. When we talk about machine learning, the code just brings the way that software learns, but the way it decides is a result of the way it learns with the data it was fed with a lot of different situations. So it's not an answer. We must discuss how can we understand the basics of the way these tools are functioning, so that we guarantee that we get closer to the kind of justice that we want and not further from it.
Okay, so I believe that your approach and your optimism in relation to AI tools in justice comes from your experience using it in the Brazilian judiciary. Is there anything that you can share with us that would make us a little bit more accepting of it in our jurisdiction?
Yes, I mean, in Brazil, we're adopting AI tools in very different ways. And it's something that has increased a lot in the last 2 years. So, for example, it has applications that do not worry me. We are using AI tools, for example, to classify lawsuits and determine their procedures, the procedure it should follow. It is something that has been historically made by civil servants, and it used to take a lot of their times. And then we decided that the lawyers should do this because they are the ones that know better the lawsuit. But when we gave them this task, they did a lot of mistakes. So instead of bringing back to the judiciary, we left an AI tool doing that, and it's very efficient. And we have AI tools assisting judges all over the lawsuit. So helping you find the precedents that should be adopted, drafting, now it's starting to be applied to the draft of decisions. So if I have a civil servant that assists me, probably my civil servant will be helped by an AI tool that will assist him. And when the situation is that, you can produce much more than you would if you had to write all the decisions from the beginning, right? And even in our Supreme Court, we have an AI tool called Victor. I think it's the first world experience on Supreme Courts. And what the system Victor does is to read the appeals that are filed in the Supreme Court and look for one of the requisites of the appeal that is called the general repercussion, something that is huge enough to justify the fact that the Supreme Court should work on that. So Victor is authorizing, I think it's the word, when the system reads all the lawsuit and it says if it has general repercussion, if it does not have general repercussion, or if it can't say if it does or if it doesn't. Victor was developed using the databases of the Supreme Court itself. But more than that, Victor also organizes the lawsuit. In Brazil, we have several different courts, and each one of them sent the electronic lawsuit in a different format. So when you are in the court, you need to open the lawsuit and find what you were looking for. So Victor already organizes that. So it does in 5 seconds what a civil servant would do in 42. And it leaves the lawsuit much more organized so that you can find what you're looking for later. So there are a lot of applications, and we're thinking about how we can move forward, even forward from the situation. And I believe that one of the things we're doing in the near future is adopting online dispute resolution systems so that we organize the discussion among the parties to see if they can get to an agreement. And to make it happen, the system will deliver information for these parties from a neutral basis, right? Because the problem of the lawsuit is that one lawyer says something and the other says the opposite, so it's difficult. But deliver information, educate people, give them information about how they can negotiate the lawsuit, give them information about how long their lawsuit should take, and give their information if they have chances of winning or losing. And if you have this amount of information, you tend to get to solutions in an easier way, in a faster way, because you fight the asymmetry of information. And then we expect to have more agreements, more ongoing agreements, and more solutions more situations in which the judge does not need to rule the lawsuit, but the parties will find the answer by themselves, and this would help a lot our system.
And just to be clear, this online dispute resolution system that you are speaking to, it's totally online and AI managed, right? So there's no human actor, just the parties and that AI application.
That's probably what we're doing. The judge will come in by the end of the system, but the beginning would be in an ODR system that is completely like machine managed.
Interesting. Now, we couldn't end this discussion without talking about some of the potential rights issues that arise in the context of courts. So I think you have mentioned quite a number of them going throughout the discussion, such as the context within which the information is collected and so on. But are there any others, such as facial recognition or?
Yes. So we have found out that facial recognition is a technology that is being highly discussed, because if it was seen as a good thing when it came out in the beginning, now we're having second thoughts. We have realized that databases is usually different among ethnic groups, and that having these tools may lead to concerns on biases, and it may lead to concerns on surveillance, depending on the profile of the country that is adopting this kind of tools. So the tendency now is not to adopt facial recognition in the judiciary. This is something that has already appeared in the regulation that we edited in Brazil. We have edited a regulation on AI in the judiciary by the end of last year in December. And one of the things that this regulation brings is the impossibility of adopting facial recognition tools because of the dangers that are still unknown. And this is the same for other invasive technologies. And I think, Ms. Henley, that the biggest point here is not if we're adopting or not AI in the judiciary, but what would be the fields in which we should adopt, and what would be the fields in which we shouldn't, because there are risks of huge problems. And I think that criminal law has already been seen as one of the fields that we should have concerns before adopting. We should at least think twice.
And so what about concerns relating to cybersecurity and hacking and data, protecting personal data and so on?
Queen's Counsel and Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this will have to be the final point.
Sure. It's a really important point, and it's good to end with this. I don't know if you had some bad experience in the Caribbean with cybersecurity, but we had a lot in Brazil, especially in these pandemic times. All of our lawsuits are electronic, and what we have seen is that in the hearings, we had hacker attacks in the middle of the hearings, playing music and videos that shouldn't be there. But more than that, we are having cyber attacks to our courts. And recently we had the most important of them. I believe it was November of last year. The Brazilian Superior Court of Justice, it's our second most important court after the Supreme Court. It's a court that rules a lot of lawsuits. They are responsible for uniformizing the way the federal law should be understood all over the country. And they suffered a cyber attack that has encrypted all the lawsuits and has forbid the court to work during 7 days. One of our main courts has been stopped for 7 days because of a cyber attack. So only urgent matters were being resolved by the Chief Justice of the Superior Court of Justice. But they stopped the functioning of the courts for 7 days. This is very problematic, and this brings a huge concern. So we're already realizing that our electronic systems, they are not enoughly protected. And this is extremely necessary in a moment when you're delivering justice through this kind of paths. So this is something that we should really work with. We should really work on that. to avoid other problems. And if you haven't had this kind of problems in the Caribbean, I would recommend that you take a look on that, because I also think that this is a tendency. And Professor Richard Susskind, he usually starts his lectures with a question. He asks, what is a court? A court is a spot where I go, or a court is a service that I use. And if the court is a service that I use, what is the best way to provide the service? And when you talk about AI in the judiciary, it's a lot about this. But the main point is that this service must be provided. It cannot be stopped by these cyber hackers. So this is something that we should really look twice to in this new moment that we're living.
Judge Ferrari, that's quite a mouthful which you delivered with passion. I assured the audience at the outset that you would have been well able to carry this discussion on your own if necessary, and you have done so. I'm sure that if we were live, you would have received a rousing round of applause. On behalf of our attentive audience, I'd like to thank you for the excellent perspective and the practical experiences that you have brought to the discussion, and I look forward to continuing dialogue with you. I know that our coordinator, Mr. Green, has indicated that that was our final question and answer, but I'm assuming that we take questions, Mr. Green?
Unfortunately, Queen's Counsel, we are really running behind schedule. I don't know, Isabella, if you're able to stay on, because this has generated robust discussion in the chat. We also have the final session, which is an open floor. And I see people commenting that, look, this is something that we definitely need to consider some more. So if you are able to stay on, Judge Isabella, until the very end, we would appreciate that, and you can continue to engage as well in the chat. And thank you so much, Queen's Counsel, for taking time out of your busy schedule. I think we ended on the right note, which is Professor Suskind's comment about what is a court. Is it a place or is it a service? And for us in the Caribbean, that's a critical question, because it's an opportunity to expand access to justice. So we definitely want to explore that point some more. Thank you both. And because you mentioned Trinidad, Judge Ferrari, and saying they are experimenting with AI in the justice system, we'll do a quick poll to take us into the next session. And that is, are you receptive to the use of AI in the justice system in the Caribbean, based on what we have heard so far? We don't have to be conclusive. Just because of what we have heard about transparency, explainability, the compass system that Judge Isabella mentioned that went all the way up to the Supreme Court in the US. And we're having 45% of persons who are receptive, 21% not receptive, 34% not sure. Meaning we need to talk about this some more. We're not very happy about robots and automated systems replacing judges, but we know the march of history we can't stop. So like the judge said, we will adopt and we will adapt. Okay, Isabella? Isabel?
Yes, thank you. Now we have a panel titled AI and 21st Century Learning. As a moderator for this session, AI entrepreneur, founder and CEO of V75 Inc., Eldon Marks from Guyana, will be facilitating an exciting discussion. Over to you, Elton.
Thank you, Isabel. Good day, everyone. I trust that we have not yet had our fill of interesting presentations for one day. And in this final session, we focus on AI and how it can be used to improve learning outcomes, as well as important considerations for education reform and the development of new skills for the future. I'm joined in this session by the following distinguished panelists: Director Frances Pedro, the Director of the UNESCO Institute for Higher Education in Latin America and the Caribbean; Dr. Gunjan Mansingh, the Head of Department and Senior Lecturer at the Department of Computing, University of the West Indies; Professor Anthony Clayton, the Alkin Professor of Caribbean Sustainable Development at the University of the West Indies; and Dr. Royston Emmanuel, teacher at the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College in St. Lucia; and Dr. Josh Starmer, a geneticist at UNC and the CEO and founder of StatQuest. Each of our panelists, in the order of their introduction, will make a brief presentation. Some are pre-recorded and some are live, which will be followed by a Q&A segment if time permits. Director Pedro, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here with such a panel of distinguished speakers and more knowledgeable than probably I am. I'm going to speak from the perspective of someone who leads the work of UNESCO in the higher education sector. And as such, I don't have a technical perspective. I rather have a more policy-oriented perspective. And also, inevitably, I cannot forget the fact that I used to be also a university teacher some years ago. So let me start by saying that we have to recognize that we are living in a very peculiar context when it comes to higher education. I think that in the Caribbean, but also in the rest of the world, most universities, I would say probably 95% of all higher education institutions are now providing their services online. And this creates, for a region like ours, an immense array of problems. Let me just mention three of them. First of all, we are already experiencing some learning loss, and that's extremely important. We at the Institute have already estimated that if we could simply reopen our universities, say next month, the learning loss would be equivalent to somewhere between 15 and 30% of what usually our students would have gained in terms of skills development in a normal, so to say, academic year. So that's really a massive loss. The second issue that we are going to face is certainly that even those who have been learning under normal circumstances will have experienced a loss of colleagues. And I mean by that, an enormous amount of dropouts. People, students, particularly female students that used to come to our universities and that won't return when we reopen. This affects clearly the most vulnerable students, and as I said, particularly female students. And finally, the third important issue that we are going to face, that we are already facing, is a loss of equity. And I think that we already recognize that only about 1 each 2 homes in Latin America has the appropriate equipment and quality of bandwidth to follow an event like this one. Only 1 in 2, okay? That means that many university students that have now been forced to return to their rural areas, to their family homes, now experience the lack of connectivity. Now, if this is the context, and I don't have more time to elaborate further on this, if this is the context, should we talk really about artificial intelligence? Well, from the perspective of UNESCO, yes, because artificial intelligence offers possibly some tools for us to struggle with learning losses and even equity losses. But to do that, we need to make sure that we first address one basic principle. And the basic principle is that in 21st century, higher education cannot exist without universities having platforms. And for that to be really an equitable perspective, we need to make sure that governments enforce the right to access to internet as one of the most fundamental human rights in the 21st century. I think I'm being very bold, but I think it is important, because when you realize in your country that many people can benefit certainly from high quality bandwidth, while others can hardly get access to 2G or 3G, then imagine when we get out of this crisis, we will be experiencing a massive break of the equity that we used to have back in February. So I think it is really important. Certainly, universities need to have a platform, and that's the prerequisite. But for that to be useful, we need to make sure that all students have the right to get connected. Okay? That's the first point. It's not about universities, it's more about governments and also the private sector. The second point is that even when you have the platform and you can start applying some algorithms and you can start playing with some basic artificial intelligence solutions that could help us, for instance, to predict when one particular student is tempted to disconnect or is tempted not to return back to the university, even when we do that, we need to make sure that our instructors, our teachers in the university do really understand what is the potential of artificial intelligence. It's not about competing with teachers. It is more about helping us to make wiser choices when deciding about the quality of the pedagogical solution that we are proposing to each individual student. Because that's the second paradox. In our universities, we are, I think the Caribbean doesn't escape to that, we are extremely used to use lecturing as the most important teaching method. Just recognizing that we have in front of us a group of students rather than individuals, with their own profiles who are most likely cooperating in learning. Okay, and I think that this is a fundamental principle that everyone who has studied a bit of psychology or educational psychology or instructional design recognizes, that in order to promote the highest quality learning experience, we need to recognize that we have very specific needs and expectations in front of us. So I think that artificial intelligence also provides us with the opportunity of realizing that we have individuals that have different rhythms, that have different expectations, different needs, okay? But what's the problem? The problem is us. We as teachers, we as instructors have to really master, what are the possibilities and also the constraints that we can expect from those artificial intelligence-based or supported solutions. And that's where the fun comes, because actually I have to say, and that was, well before we started suffering from the pandemic, we don't have incentives at colleges and universities to work, to expand our knowledge of pedagogical skills and competencies. We are paid to teach, certainly, but we are rewarded by our research status. And I think that something has to change. We need to create not only a career path for academics that also considers teaching quality and, among other things, the use of technology, as a ladder to make progress. But we have also to build, an evidence base that demonstrates where artificial intelligence in teaching and learning can make a difference. And we are failing. I mean, I'm sorry to be so bold on this, but I mean, it's not the pressure of time, I guess. I mean, we are failing to do that. Let me just share with you one figure. And with that, I'm going to end my short presentation. Just one figure, we have been talking about the possibilities, the immense potential of artificial intelligence in higher education and in education in general for probably more than 5 decades. 5 decades, 50 years, okay? Do you know how many academic scientific articles have been published about assessing real uses of artificial intelligence in higher education? over these 50 years? 147. 147, in 5 decades. I mean, it's not that you cannot find, a massive amount of essays or articles about artificial intelligence in its potential. I'm talking about serious empirical work about the benefits and the constraints of using artificial intelligence. 147, okay? That's really a failure in the way in we academics, members of the academia, use scientific knowledge to improve our own teaching and learning practices. And with that, thank you very much once again. I mean, I'm really convinced at UNESCO, we are really convinced of the immense possibilities of artificial intelligence, but for us, higher education is still a very humanistic endeavor. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I am Gunjan Mansingh from the Department of Computing at the University of West Indies. Today, in keeping with the theme of the session, I'm going to present on the landscape of AI in education. So what is AI? John McCarthy coined the term in 1956 and defined it as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. Hence, AI is no new kid on the block. In fact, it would be nearing retirement age, but it seems to be creating waves every day, so much so that in the last few years, we have been talking about how AI has impacted the 21st century. In the last decade, the computers have become extremely good at diagnosing diseases, translating languages, outplay humans at complicated strategy games just like chess and Go, suggest useful replies to your email. It looks like computers are doing amazing things that makes it look like magic is happening. AI represents that magical frontier. I find there is so much confusion in this domain in terms of what language gets used. And computing is an umbrella term, which has many disciplines in there, like computer science, software engineering, information technology. And AI is a branch of computer science. And within AI, there's, of course, robotics and machine learning. Tech companies have added to this confusion as they tend to use AI and machine learning interchangeably, and science fiction has made robotics even more, the focus has been on robotics. So what does it mean to use AI in education? And as a teacher, I'm very much interested in what does it really mean? So if I'm a teacher and I'm giving a learning task to a student to recognize an image, what is a cat? What is a dog? What are the shapes? What are the colors? So I can use various AI tasks for doing that. I can even assist students with reading. I can give them feedback when they're doing a maths problem. As a teacher, dreaded tasks of marking, I can even automate that. So the question we should now be asking, how can AI improve teaching and learning? What are the AI systems in education? So, you can track student behavior by collecting data on like their attendance and assignment submission. There are AI algorithms which are based on novel interfaces which are collecting data like your speech, your facial expressions, your gestures, eye tracking, and we can use all these kinds of data to determine if a learner is happy, bored, or frustrated. You can have virtual agents, intelligent virtual agents, which can mediate online student interaction, like a coach or a tutor is helping you to write a letter or to do a maths problem. So in future, what are we looking at? So the future of education with AI is actually customizing teaching for individual students. We are looking at individualizing the entire education system. And with the use of AI, we will learn to identify the current knowledge state of the student and the learner, and what do we do to actually improve it? Is it just something that is about future, or is it happening now? There are current systems, for example, Squirrel, which is an AI system. It is actually the first AI-powered adaptive education provider in China. So as more and AI is taking over in the 21st century, we need to really ask ourselves, do we have the workforce? Or do we need to reskill large parts of our current workforce on creating this digital and a learning society? if I was to just take all the jobs and all the tasks that people do, which fall under the spectrum of repetitive to creative, let's see from repetitive to routine to optimizing to complex to creative. Let's see what is really happening in this realm. We can see that some of these tasks, even repetitive tasks like self-driving cars, reading of x-rays, pathology reports, all these can be done by machines. So AI is taking over quite a few of them. And some of the tasks, which we could say fall under complex and creative, were seen as relatively safe. But a few years ago, even those were in danger because there was a painting which was created by AI. Hence, it was initially felt that AI can optimize but not create, but even that is being questioned because the boundaries of AI are being stretched and stretched. So, we have spoken about how AI can help in education, but what about AI's education? What are we educating? What are the top? What about AI do we need to teach? And anyone who has seen technology education in schools would have realized that it is rather dated, and we really do need to change our primary and secondary school curriculum. But I would just like to point out that before students understand AI, they really need to understand some of the building blocks, which is like the programming concepts. And we need to really introduce programming languages like Scratch at a primary level or an early secondary level. And at secondary level, we also need to focus on algorithmic thinking, which is really refining the problem-solving skills of learners and students. Now, let us just talk about what is happening at tertiary level in AI, because AI, that's where AI took birth and has remained in the tertiary institutions. So AI at UWI, we of course, teach courses like that. It is very much course of an computer science major. So we teach courses in undergrad. We also have postgrad level courses in our MSc Computer Science, which focus on knowledge discovery and building intelligent systems. We have even created an applied data science program. You may not have a first degree in technology, but you can do this degree in which you can either do an MSc or a postgrad diploma and become a data scientist. We don't just use AI in what work we do, but we also are creating and creating and building algorithms to do these tasks. So we are using big data for all, and we are using natural language processing. We are using natural text. We are also using regular structured data. We are using images. We are using voice in creating various AI applications, and in be it supervised learning, unsupervised learning, or reinforcement learning. So the pitfalls of AI, and I would ask this question, that are planes getting more complex or simple? And if you all would remember recently, some of the crashes that shown that the limitations were actually due to AI. And hence we have to be mindful as self-driving cars are becoming more and more, coming into mainstream, we really have to ask this question. How do we respond to these issues? Which are software problems. Is it the next solution? Is AI the next solution, or is it also the next great hurdle? And how we handle this question really becomes important, because we really cannot put back the genie in bottle. And some of the pitfalls which you may have heard about is that AI can only show, the algorithms can only extract what is in the data. If the data has any kind of biases, those are obviously in the algorithms that are then generated and the models that are generated based on that data. And hence you would say that AI programs exhibit racial and gender biases. So we have to be mindful about that as we are putting AI in more and more use in our day-to-day applications. And I want to just leave you with this thought. Can something be artificial and intelligent? So thank you for listening to me.
I'm going to be talking about artificial intelligence and what it means for the future of work and the need for educational reform. Now, we at the moment are in the early stages of the fourth industrial revolution, which is where we're going to see the integration of AI, robotics, molecular engineering, additive manufacturing, bioinformatics, and a number of other new rapidly developing areas. This is already driving a transformation of social and economic systems. And you see a quote here from McKinsey Global Institute saying that this is happening at 10 times faster and 300 times the scale, or roughly 3,000 times the impact of the first industrial revolution. Now, the implications for employment are already becoming fairly clear. There was a study done in 2013 which concluded that something like 47% of all the current forms of employment in the US could now be replaced by computers. There's a quote here from the former CEO of McDonald's 3 years later in 2016, pointing out that it was now cheaper to buy a robot arm to buy French fries than it is to hire an employee who's inefficient and making minimum wage. And so you can see already people realizing the potential to replace many tasks with a combination of AI and robotics. But the more dramatic impact only becomes clear when we start to extrapolate forward. It's estimated that by 2050, there will be about 6 billion people in the world's workforce, of whom about 5 billion will be doing jobs that do not exist today. So it seems pretty clear that many existing forms of employment are going to become redundant. And that means that we have to rethink all of the training programs and the educational programs that are invested in fitting people forms of employment that are soon going to disappear. Now, it's not that all jobs are simply going to vanish. Some jobs will change. Others, yes, will be done better, faster, more cheaply by AI and robotics. Some studies have estimated that if some 50 to 70% of the tasks that you do in a job can be automated, they will be automated when it goes over 70%. So in a relatively, in an economy like that of the UK, where it's predominantly service sector activity, perhaps 25% of jobs will evolve and 10% will be replaced. What is more troubling is that many of the jobs in what are currently today's low-income countries are jobs of the kind that can be replaced. And one estimate suggests that maybe even 90% of the 400 million jobs in low-income countries could be done now by AI and robotics. That obviously has troubling implications for the society in those countries. We're also looking at a transformation of the world's industrial base. There are many industries like, for example, fossil fuels, conventional manufacturing, conventional forms of transport, extensive agriculture, most current forms of government and public service, office jobs, administrative jobs, intermediary services, a lot of medical services, and parts of secondary and tertiary education are not going to be with us by 2050. What we will see instead is an economy based predominantly on energy efficiency and renewables, on 3D fabricators, autonomous vehicles, biofarming and intensive agriculture, government delivered by AI with a devolved model of delivery, distributed modes of work. I think the idea of working in an office is probably not going to be with us for much longer. Artificial intelligence replacing a lot of intermediary information brokerage function, AI and robotics performing a lot of tasks currently carried out by doctors, and an AI with a semantic human interface doing a lot about education and training. This raises a very profound question. Will we still need, for example, universities in a digital age? And one very far-sighted paper written back in 1995 asked this important question. So the system of higher education has remained remarkably stable for over 2,500 years, but now it is starting to break down. And the reason is that today's production and distribution of information are undermining the traditional hierarchical flow of information, and with it, the university structure, making it ready to collapse. In the past, people came to the information, which was stored at the university. In the future, information will come to the people, wherever they are. What then is the role for the university? Will we need teachers at all? Some projections suggest that by the time we get to 2050, you will be able to buy the equivalent of $1,000 a device which will have more processing capacity than all the computers on the planet today. So every child in school could have access to more processing power than currently exists on planet Earth, with a semantic, intuitive interface. So what will we teach when everybody has access to all knowledge? What this suggests is that as we go into the fourth industrial revolution, there'll be an extraordinary new range of development opportunities. Estimates from Bank of America suggest that by only 4 or 5 years away now, we could be looking at annual savings of $9 trillion from the replacement of employees by AI systems, with a further cost reduction of $8 trillion from efficiency gains in manufacturing and healthcare, another $2 trillion in efficiency gains from the deployment of self-driving cars and drones. So the economic incentives are very powerful. Here's the challenge. AI and robotics in particular will make many current forms of work redundant. Most forms of manual labor, information brokering, service sector activities, many skilled tasks are going to become redundant. And the challenge is this. This means that our educational and training systems are producing graduates whose skills will shortly be obsolete. Second challenge is what will happen to the unskilled and to those whose skills are no longer necessary. If we don't find a solution to this, there obviously could be poverty and civil unrest. So the challenge we now have to face is we have to have a fundamental rethink about the nature of work and education and what, if anything, is going to be the relationship between qualifications and the means by which we earn a living in future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, one and all. I've been on for the past few hours, and I am quite impressed with the
Royston, you're very low on my end.
Let me just increase my volume.
Eldon, are you hearing clearly?
Okay, can you hear me clearly now?
Just a little bit better. If you can, if you could improve that, we'd appreciate it.
Is that better?
Ah, this is excellent. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, good afternoon, everyone. I've heard quite a few riveting presentations on the possibilities of AI in the judicial system and in other facets of our society and lives. And of course, I have heard 3 wonderful presentations on what AI is all about and how we can leverage this to improve our livelihoods. Today, I just want to give you guys a snapshot of our own experience at South Louis Community College. So my presentation is basically on that process of introducing learner analytics to my college. So this is just a basic idea of who we are. We are a small college in the Caribbean in St. Lucia, established in 1986, running over 50 programs, about 2,500 students and 150 faculty members. I presently serve as the head of a new unit, a unit that was created 2 years ago, the E-Learning Academy, whose goal is to facilitate that integration of technology in our instructional processes. Okay, so let me begin by just talking about the rationale for learning analytics. For us, the rationale was that learning analytics, that access to data and data that informs decision-making empowers users. So we looked at it on the part of our learners who can now make decisions about their competencies, their learning paths, even the times and environments in which they learn and their course loads. We looked at it from our teachers' perspective, where these can help them make better decisions because now they understand course engagement. And I always tell people, you stand in a classroom with 30, 40 students, and there's a lot you don't know. But if you go onto a platform and you realize, or you take a snapshot of browsing habits, what resources were accessed, the times of access, the locations for access, you get a better picture of how your learners are engaging. And of course, for administrators, it would mean that they can make better decisions about course offerings. What courses are not bringing in any revenue? What courses are taking away from faculty time and therefore are strain on workload? Okay. So let me just give you a snapshot of where we were before 2020. That was as late as February 2020. This is who we were. Students sitting down in a classroom, teachers using the chalkboard. And when we use the technology, this is for our teaching of digital media. Okay? Then this happened. We all know what that is. And then we were forced to make this transition. And in making that transition, we leveraged two important tools, Sonis GenZiba as an EMIS, and of course, Moodle, an excellent open source learning management system. Okay, what did this, so where did this take us? Okay, so this is how we worked, we made decisions pre-e-learning. So learners made decisions based on course grades and teacher feedback, which would come maybe at the end of the semester or sometime in the middle of the semester. So usually when they got that feedback was given, it was sometimes too late to change direction or to do anything that would influence or improve the learning experience. Okay, the learners themselves were always responsible for sometimes connecting disparate sources of data about their engagement and their performance. So the data did not come in a timely way. The data were different artifacts that they had to make sense of themselves. For teachers, a lot of the decisions was based on anecdotal evidence, what I feel, what I know, what I believe, what I hear. Okay. It was based on students' summative scores. And the fact that we're using the word summative suggests that it comes at a point in time where we really cannot make a difference. We can't do follow-up and change anything. They were based on attendance records. And if they were taken, and that is, of course, if they were taken consistently. And they were based on course evaluations, which came a few months after it was done, which meant there's nothing much that could have been done to change the present. And of course, for administrators, I have a question mark here because we're still mulling over how data was used to make administrative decisions. And this is not in any way to paint a negative picture of what we were doing, but the fact that this is a snapshot of what happens in a lot of educational institutions in the Caribbean. So just a summary of what data was for us. It was disaggregated, came from too many different sources, not connected, static, came from single points of view. It did not focus on change, on driving change, on growth or responding. And it did not present a picture of the whole and how its parts were connected. So units were doing things, programs were doing different things, courses were being offered in different programs, the same courses, but there was no integration. Different content was being taught, different assessments, and so there was no way of actually connecting everything. Then, with the transition to e-learning, we were forced to look into the possibility of learning analytics, okay? And so we had the task, my unit had the task of finding different plugins that would help us make sense of data and that would help us generate data that would drive change. So I'm looking at this from a very practical perspective. So because Moodle was open source, we were able to really and truly do some serious exploration and testing. And so we got different plugins like the course dedication, the reports and analytics plugins, the feedback plugins, the SCORM reports, completion progress, grader reports, and the questionnaire. And all of these we were able to run through one plugin, which is the configurable reports. So we can pull data from all of those different plugins within our configurable reports. So what happened? Data for the past year is connected. So we know now that the traditional historical divisions between data from the different institutional units began, they were being eliminated slowly. So now we can see and ask the question, why are so two different programs offering the same course, yet the students are doing fundamentally different things. And yet we may have 5 students doing this course in this program, and a lecturer is assigned to those 5 students, and yet we have, in the other program, we have 40 students who are assigned to one lecturer. So the data began to open our eyes. Of course, the data became dynamic because as students enrolled, of course, the data changed and the reporting more or less illuminated those things. And therefore, the data became a change agent, a catalyst for us to move, because now we can develop predictive models and we can be more objective, and we can verify whatever we used to make our decisions, because it's no longer about anecdotal records and how I feel and what I hear. Okay? And this leads me to the point that what it actually did, despite popular belief, it actually helped us humanize pedagogy. And I use the analogy that, I have been teaching for 30 years, and I stand in a classroom with 50 students, and I may know 10 of them, and I may know 5 of them well. Okay, I'm not talking about personal relationships. Knowing for me is understanding what drives them, what motivates them. Okay, how are they performing? At that point in time, at that moment, I may know 10 of them. But as soon as we started to use the technology, things began happening. One, students began to take responsibility for the learning experience because it's now personalized. They go on the platform, they see what they registered in, what they're supposed to be doing. They ask questions, they send emails, and they make demands. Okay, and the beauty of that is that that snapshot of the learning experience is something that they could always go back to check where am I going, and am I getting there? So those questions were answered instead of a student, coming to the campus, searching for a lecturer and saying, I need to understand my progress. At least the student is able to go onto the platform and actually see what is happening. And of course, things change for the teachers. Now they could monitor not just their students' progress, but their own progress, their own course progress. Because the completion data tells them how the students are faring, and therefore it's also a reflection on what they're doing. So now attendance was quite easy because the course logs tell us who accessed and when. But more importantly, we were able to get data on participation and engagement. It's not just whether the student accessed, but how did they display their presence, and what resources did they interact with, and how. And the fascinating thing that happened is that the lecturers were able to get information or data on students at risk. And of course, the first time that email went out, people were worried. People were emailing us saying, okay, I've been trying. I know I need to get the students on board and those type of things. So they responded, okay? But importantly for us, that process of humanizing pedagogy meant that we got a clear snapshot of the learner, okay? We got insights into students' behavior in the course and towards the course. And this is because of what learning analytics could have provided us. Okay, responsive information, reliable information, valid information. Okay, so all that being said, where are we now? So it's a year into the process. What we have established is that access to the data, that exists, and we're constantly working to improve it. But we are in a period of transition, which means that, and this is advice to all institutions like ours, small colleges, trying to make that transition. We need sensitization. And sensitization doesn't really refer to letting people know what's available, but helping people understand how they can use it and how it can improve their own pedagogy, their own experiences, and the experiences of their learners. Obviously, we need training. They need the technical know-how, how to access the data, how to interpret it, okay? But at an institutional level, we also need the integration of processes. Because if we can connect the data with the processes taking place in different units, it actually is more powerful. And of course, we need positive attitudes, because we did get a lot of negativity, especially when the emails about students at risk were sent out. So what I want to do quickly is just show you just 3 of the things that we were able to set up. So in this snapshot, we were able to use SQL or SQL, whatever you want to call it, to more or less generate reports that are that will more or less responsive as data is added as the reports change. In this one, we get excellent snapshots of when are the more popular browsing times for our students. And what we realize from that is that we need to change what we call the college day. The college day is no longer from 8 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. We realize that a significant number of students are engaged all the way to midnight. Okay? And finally, just to note, this is the email that is sent out on students at risk. So one was sent out to me. And of course, it allows us to view the insights, which give us a sense of what the students' browsing habits are, when did they last log on, how many clicks per session took place during that log on, etc. So that being said, guys, I want to thank you for indulging me.
Teaching statistics to the whole world. Yeah, let's get right to it. StatQuest. Hello, I'm Josh Starmer and welcome to Teaching Machine Learning StatQuest style. Note, this presentation does not assume you have ever heard about StatQuest before, so if it's new to you, don't sweat it. StatQuest is my YouTube channel. Every day, over 30,000 people all over the world, from Albania to Jamaica to Zimbabwe, watch StatQuest to learn statistics, bip, bip, machine learning, bip, bip, and other data science subjects, bip. More importantly, people say StatQuest helped them win data science competitions, pass exams, graduate, and get jobs. So far, no one has told me that StatQuest helped them get married, but maybe one day it'll happen. Anyway, I would like to share my tips on how to teach machine learning to audiences anywhere in the world. Rule number 1. Always start with data. For example, when I want to teach someone about a neural network, I start out with a super simple data set that shows whether or not different drug dosages are effective against a virus. The low and high dosages were not effective, but the medium dosages were effective. Then I show that fitting a straight line to the data isn't very good, because no matter how we rotate the straight line, it can only be close to 2 of the 3 clusters of points. So, by starting with a simple data set, we can introduce a problem. In this case, the problem is that a straight line does a terrible job fitting to this data. So what we really need is to fit a squiggle to the data. And the main idea behind neural networks is that no matter how fancy they look or sound, all they do is try to fit a squiggle to your data. And that leads us to rule number 2, focus on the main ideas. This is a lesson I learned from my father. He always told me to focus on the main ideas. In the previous example, we started with a simple data set and a simple problem, the fact that a straight line made a terrible fit for the data. And that simple problem drove us straight to the main ideas behind neural networks. Neural networks fit squiggly lines to data. Now let's look at another example of how and why we should focus on the main idea. Imagine we wanted to teach someone how to drive a car. Should we start by teaching them about fuel injection? Or should we start by describing the master cylinder? And what about the head gasket? Even though fuel injection, master cylinders, and head gaskets are critical parts of cars, they are not the main idea. In other words, we don't need to know about these parts in order to drive. In fact, Even though I would bet that most of the people watching this seminar know how to drive, I'd be surprised if they knew about these parts. If I wanted to teach someone how to drive, I would focus on the main ideas. I would start by teaching them about the brake pedal so that they can stop the car. Stopping the car is the most important thing to teach first, so we can avoid hurting other people. Then I would teach about the steering wheel so they can turn the car. The steering wheel is the second most important thing because we can use it to avoid hurting people. Lastly, I would teach them about the gas pedal so they can move the car. The brake and gas pedals and the steering wheel are the main ideas of driving because you need all three to drive. But you don't need anything else. Knowing about the brake and gas pedals and the steering wheel may not make someone a great driver, but at least they know enough to practice and can easily learn more. Now we're ready for rule number 3. Have empathy for the audience. Statistics and machine learning can look very abstract, technical, and cryptic. For example, this is the equation for optimizing a neural network. Unless you're already an expert in neural networks, you probably don't know that this equation boils down to simple multiplication. Likewise, this is the equation for a Gaussian distribution. And unless you're already an expert in statistics, you probably don't know that this equation boils down to this curve. So, the first thing to do when having empathy on the audience is to know that the reason they want to learn is because they are not experts. So start with this curve before introducing the fancy math and notation. Likewise, everyone has different experiences, backgrounds, and perspectives, and it is important to keep this in mind when explaining anything. For example, if I'm going to teach someone how to drive, and they know how to ride a bike, then I'll explain how to drive in terms of how to ride a bike. The handlebar is the steering wheel, and the pedals are the gas, etc. In contrast, if they knew how to ride a horse, then I'd explain how to drive in terms of how to ride a horse. Giddy up. And if someone had piloted a boat before, then I would explain how to drive in terms of how to pilot a boat. Anchors away! Lastly, when you don't know your audience, try your best to explain in a way that anyone could relate to. And try to anticipate questions from people that have different experiences. In summary, when teaching statistics and machine learning, 1. Always start with data, 2. Focus on the main ideas, and 3. Have empathy for the audience. Hooray! We've made it to the end of this exciting seminar. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, quest on.
Many thanks to our panelists for those thought-provoking presentations. And in the interest of time, I'd like to present 2 questions, and this should hopefully get the conversation going, depending on whether we'll be permitted to do so here or in the next segment. So I'd like to place emphasis on the thinkers and doers of tomorrow, since I believe that that's a fundamental place to start in considering AI in the 21st century method of learning. So what seems to surface is simply focusing on knowledge transfer is just not enough. And we have to train the next generation to apply knowledge and solve difficult problems. So I'd like to ask each of you to recommend on where we may begin in the region to apply technology and pedagogy in going beyond pure knowledge transfer to create the thinkers and doers of our AI empowered tomorrow. That's the first question. And the second question is, how do we begin to lay the foundation for growing an ecosystem which attracts and retains AI practitioners within the region? So Mr. Green, would we have enough time to entertain these questions, or should we defer them to the next
Of course. Go ahead, please. We will transition from this session directly into the open floor.
Very well. So in terms of the first question, in terms of how do we apply technology and pedagogy and going beyond pure knowledge transfer to create thinkers and doers of our AI-powered tomorrow, I'd like to start with you, Josh, if you can offer some suggestions on this.
I always say for things like this is to encourage curiosity. There's some, obviously I'm on YouTube, so I like to think that there's lots of useful information on YouTube, and all it takes is a little bit of curiosity to find that information and then start applying it. A lot of the tools for doing AI are freely available. A lot of the stuff for data science, you can download it, or even better yet, take advantage of cloud computing. You don't need to have a huge high performance computer network locally. For very, very cheap, you can have access to the fastest computers in the entire world and do whatever you want. And so I say encourage curiosity, because that's what's going to get people to want to play around with these systems and take advantage of these resources.
Excellent. Royston?
Well, I am part of a program that we have in St. Lucia in Barbados. The Caribbean Science Foundation has this program that they run for young people, and well, we stress, of course, the inclusion of gender inclusion. So we basically do a coding workshop over a period of about 12 weeks. And so in these workshops, we encourage people with no coding experience to come in and just learn the basics of coding. Also, at a very young age, students can understand how to, create decision models and sequences, etc., by using simple toys and tools. I remember coming across the Bbot, which helps students basically program directions, etc. So it's about bringing it and ingraining it in your thinking. The other thing I just want to add is that, quite importantly, I am a fervent supporter of design thinking, the user experience, and I think if you integrate that, people will be able to humanize, AI a little more and understand that these are human beings, these are people who need to react to it, and so if we can help encourage that as well, I think that should work.
Excellent, thank you. Anthony?
Thank you, Alden. Well, there's been a lot of research done on this, and all the findings suggest that you really don't need to do very much to encourage very young children to start using tablets. And I've seen children who are a little over a year old using them very fluently. There's research going back 40 years. Somebody took a little, a little computer and put it in a nursery school. And you could move things around, and you could actually control little robots that moved around on the floor. And you couldn't get the kids off this thing. They were so motivated to use it and explore it. What we need to work on is just making the interface more intuitive. And you don't actually need to do very much else other than give children, young children, the opportunity. And it's strange because I'm of the generation that actually had to learn this stuff. Kids now, they just take to it like ducks to water. What hasn't caught up is our teaching style. And as I pointed out in the presentation, our schools, our universities in particular, have been resistant to change. You look at the structure of a university, and it's the same, or recognizably the same structure that it's been for at least the last 1,000 years. And it's absolutely extraordinary that we have been so slow to come to this, because we are supposed to be the people who are thinking about these things and thinking where trends are going and so forth. But we have been very slow to apply this understanding to ourselves. So I think it's more about changing the institutions, changing the structure, changing the approach. Some universities are further ahead than others. I know of one university that probably something like 20, 30 years ago abandoned the traditional lecture format. And now what they have is all the material is available online. You go through it at your own pace. The quality is far better than you could deliver in a classroom because you can have all of the links to other resources and videos and so forth. When they get together, it's to have seminars to discuss the material. And that's, of course, a very important part of not just memorizing information, which is really less and less relevant now. It's about building something that we still haven't yet a good substitute for, which is developing a deep understanding of information. So that is where I think universities need to go. It's going to be less and less about the kind of rote learning that we still have to do quite a lot of. And it's going to be much more about teaching people how to access information, how to utilize it, how to see patterns in data, and how to elicit patterns and how to develop deep understanding. I don't think we have to do very much to reprogram people. It's more about reprogramming our institutions and our approach to take better advantage of this. And that way universities will, I think, still be relevant by 2050, but not in their current form.
Absolutely. Gunjan?
Thank you, Eldon. First, I would like to say I've seen Joshua's videos before. It was nice to connect the voice to the face. I used to always find that voice very interesting. Well, that just tells you that, we really want to have content which is relevant. And I think both Royston and Joshua spoke about the spark of creativity. And any one of us who's ever written a program will agree that when you get something working, there is like a eureka wow moment. It's like, hey, I did this. And that is the spirit we need to get in our young children's mind, that when they get up, they don't just think about the regular professions, because those professions may not even exist in future, but they rather start thinking about technology. So I think the first step in the Caribbean that we need to move towards is really looking at our curriculum in primary schools and secondary schools, how technology is taught. And of course, at the tertiary level, I agree with Professor Clayton. We have to really look at, I think in the morning in one of the sessions, Isabel had spoken about, I think, empowering people and not replacing people. So we really need to see that we cannot replace the teachers. At least as a teacher, I wouldn't want that to happen. But how do we empower the teachers so that they can work with the AI tools, which which are locally being developed in the region again, because the data has to be relevant. Contextual. Otherwise, you will find the biases which are all of us have spoken about the bias that exists in data. Hence, we need to work with contextual data in the Caribbean. So I think we need to do many things. It has to be a multi-pronged approach, and education is one of them. Then I think we also need to empower the industry, because if we keep on focusing on education and we don't have an industry that is really ready to employ them, our bright minds are going to get bored and they are going to go elsewhere. So it all has to happen in tandem. We need to have an industry that is able to, to be innovative and creative in a way that it can employ these bright minds. So that is my take on it, Eldon.
Excellent, thank you, Gunjan. I don't see Director Pedro. Is he still with us?
No, he's not, Eldon.
Fair enough. Well, Gunjan, on your last point with regards to the industry, this allows us to segue into the second question, which is how do we begin to lay that foundation for growing this ecosystem, which attracts and retains AI practitioners within the region? So I can begin with you, Gunjan.
I don't know if we have the answer for this as yet, because right now I think immigration seems to be so attractive to people, and often I find that the persons who are being trained in this field, they get bored with what they're doing and hence they look outwards. But I think this last year has been really a changing experience for the world, because one thing it has taught us that, you can be anywhere and work anywhere. So I think people can create that balance in how it's happening, and hence if they are remaining where they are, they will still be engaged and innovation will happen because they will see areas for innovation to occur. So, I think it's a tricky one there. It's a tricky balance. But one thing we need to do is to even work on the industry. We need to get the MSMEs rather, I should be saying, involved in this data conversation. So this AI machine learning conversation can't be just for the higher levels of maybe the financial institutions and the traditional models of people who are using data, but everyone gets involved in that. Everyone gets involved into looking at that data can really drive your decision making. And from that perspective, I think once we get the innovation industry going, which can happen if you set up tech parks, when you create more environments for young people to, I think with some kind of a venture capital kind of a structure, make that happen, which I think in Jamaica, there are attempts to make that happen. There's Jamaica Computer Society, which is working towards it. There is JAMPRO. So I think this whole thing of upskilling, not just people, but even organizations to see the benefits of how they can start using data in improving their processes. I think that would also be critical.
Thank you. Anthony?
Thanks, Olga. Well, I think it's a very common misconception. Every time you have a discussion like this, sometimes people say, well, the government ought to do this or the government ought to do that. I think that the logic that applies to this sector is actually the same as pretty much every other rapidly growing sector of the economy. It's really very little about what the government should do apart from remove the obstacles. Because it's not that we don't have a lot of people who are now not only capable of, but are busy writing apps and so forth. What the government really has to do is concentrate on one or two fundamental issues. You make sure the infrastructure is in place. In other words, we make sure that we've got good island-wide connectivity and access. That's the kind of absolute nuts and bolts issues that governments have to focus on. You look at the curriculum for schools in particular. You make sure that people are getting walked through the process of media literacy and basic technical familiarity. After that, there's not really very much that the government needs to do apart from stop wasting taxpayers' money on subsidizing industries that don't have a future. Because you have to remember that most people in Parliament are also of coming from a bygone age. And that's why over the years, we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on trying to prop up a sugar industry, which is dead, instead of setting up things like media labs, which are, in other words, activities in areas where we might actually have a future. One of the most exciting things about this, with areas like this, people developing apps and so forth, is that there's absolutely no impediment to being able to compete very effectively from a small island. You can't do that in exporting commodities or exporting manufacturers. But if you're exporting ideas and software, you're exporting a weightless product, which means that all of the handicaps involved in trying to compete from an island base disappear. This is an area in which we can actually be globally competitive. This is something that very few people in Parliament will understand because they come from an age before you had things like weightless exports. So this is something that we need to address. It'll address itself over time as the current generation of politicians die out and we get new people coming into office. But maybe we should actually also make a point of voting for people who are a little bit younger and more abreast of current affairs. And then we could maybe start to see the government's priorities shift and start to focus more on the sunrise industries and opportunities where this country could build a great future.
Wonderful. Do we have more time? Should we I think you're muted, Mr. Green.
So I would propose that we could go ahead to our poll and ask directly the question that we will be hosting on before we really conclude this panel.
Very well.
Yes, go ahead, Isabel.
Okay, so do you believe AI will advance inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm seeing that according to the results of this poll, we have 59% who believes is yes, 14% says no, and there's a 27% of the participants who are unsure. I do believe that in any case, this result still speaks about the importance of having the relevant policies and strategies for the development and application of AI systems in the Caribbean to really get the positive answer of the promotion that AI can give to advancing inclusive and sustainable economic growth in the Caribbean and the others.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder what Josh Storm has done with his guitar. Where's your guitar, Josh? I thought you could take us into the next segment, which will now be the final session for day one. Eldon and panelists, this was excellent. Thank you very much. So we now close off a session which is about really reflecting on the day, the implications for strategy, capacity development, and it's interactive. So we invite you, members of the audience, to just talk about what you've heard, how you see AI impacting on your work, and just your feedback on what has transpired. The moderator for this open discussion is Sasha Harrison. Are you ready, Josh?
Oh yeah, here it is.
For the live performance.
Thank you for listening to us speak about AI and education. Thank you. Now let's have a conversation. Hooray.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, Sasha Harrison is University of the West Indies STAT Vice Chancellor's Ambassador, and she's an economist at the Broadcasting Commission and one of our bright young people. Looking at her and others, you know, Jamaica is safe. So over to you, Sasha.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been quite a long day. It's been very, very stimulating and very insightful as well. I'm sure everybody is very excited for tomorrow because this is just day one. So as mentioned, we're going to open up the discussion just a little bit more. And joining me today will be Erica Simmons, and she's the Executive Director of the Caribbean Maritime University Institute for Innovation. She'll join us in just a moment. But until then, let's just reflect a little bit on what has been said. So we've been through a number of sessions. We did principles for AI governance and inclusive and fair algorithmic future. And there were so many nuggets that were very, 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 very exciting today. You know, the voice of AI is female. So many wonderful things. So how about we get some information on where you guys are? So if you are able to answer this for me in the chat, have you been hearing about artificial intelligence where you are? And we really appreciate if you posted also where you're sharing this information from. So are there discussions happening where you are about artificial intelligence? Let's see what you say in the chat.
So Sasha, I can share that here in Jamaica, we are talking about artificial intelligence. We have been talking about our data protection and privacy. We are about to introduce some new regulation and some new regulatory advice for privacy and data protection. I think we're at the beginning, and what I have noticed thus far in most of the countries around the world, the discussion about artificial intelligence normally starts in this area of privacy. So there is some discussion, a fair level of discussion going on here, I know, in Jamaica on that topic.
Okay, and if I look in the chat, I see we have some feedback from Guyana. We're hearing about artificial intelligence. We're also hearing about artificial intelligence in Aruba and in Trinidad and Tobago. So I think we're doing a very good job in the region. And I think, therefore, this forum means we have a lot more to look forward to. And so a lot of the discussions, we started out with principles for AI governance. So looking for feedback from everyone here, what do you believe is required of governments to ensure an enabling environment to facilitate AI innovation and build AI advocacy? And throughout the day, it came up as a theme, right? We have to build those ecosystems that will help us to build capacity and also to attract AI innovation. So what are some of the things that you believe are required of governments to ensure this enabling environment?
Now, Sasha, I would just comment while we're getting our feedback in here that I do think that governments in the Caribbean region have a wonderful opportunity to leverage artificial intelligence and the digital transformation. And I do believe that there is a responsibility by all of us citizens in the region to demand the digital transformation, because I do believe it will impact our services, the delivery of services that we're getting from government. So when we look at transforming nations, we can start to look within. How can we serve our citizens better by the services that we're giving? And I think if the governments start to talk about transformation themselves, we can certainly get the private sector interested, because that means that there are going to be projects out there for the private sector to invest in. So I am always encouraging our citizens here in Jamaica and throughout the Caribbean region to demand the digital transformation of our government and our private sector.
So I appreciate that, Erica. And I know that not many people responded to governments ensuring an enabling environment. So then my question is, and I'm gonna ask us to poll here, to do a poll, right? Should the primary responsibility for AI regulation be left to government, or should it be left to businesses to regulate themselves? Or do we think a multi-stakeholder approach would be the best approach? What do we believe? Let's see. Okay, so far it looks like everyone agrees it should be a multi-stakeholder approach. Well, we have some person saying government. Okay, so then the discussion is, we've talked about governments and that enabling environment, and Erica mentioned a little bit about the private sector. And in our discussion of principles, we did talk about some forms of inequality that can result. So what are the things that we're going to do across industry and in the government as well to mitigate against, I believe, then things like tech unemployment, algorithmic bias, and the big question of internet access as a human right. So those things have been highlighted as some of the forms of inequality which can result, right? Since AI has awesome potential, but awesome risks. What do we think industry can do then to help us to combat possible inequality and the increase in the size of that gap?
Well, Sasha, you know the statement that was made that access to the internet should be a human right is a very important statement. No one can get access to this new future that they're predicting, all of this benefit that they're predicting without having access to the internet. And I know in our region in the Caribbean, we're about 30% penetrated in the internet access in many countries. So it's going to be an important question on how we're going to increase access and who's going to pay for that. Is that the private sector, or is that the responsibility of the government to provide that as a service to its citizens?
Well, it's pretty interesting that you framed it that way. One of the recommendations coming out of that session as well was that for inclusivity, right now we've taken a top-down approach. But the recommendation is we need to take a bottom-up approach. We need to self-organize. So do you think we are prepared to self-organize and pick our own reps for inclusivity in AI and AI outcomes? What do we believe? I'm looking forward to some feedback in the chat. I'm looking for you.
That's a great question too, Sasha. Can we do it from the inside out? Can we build ourselves up, or do we need someone to tell us what to do from the top? That's a great question. I see some people saying that, you know, we must be thinking about the internet as a human right. Someone has to lead. I would say we're great leaders here in the Caribbean. This would be a wonderful topic for us to take up and lead. Someone else says the government should lead and form partnerships. It's going to take a multi-stakeholder approach, as your survey just indicated as well.
Okay, so we appreciate all that feedback. It's really been good so far. Let's see if we can look at some of the feedback some of the big points coming out of session 2. And in that session, we spoke about an inclusive and fair algorithmic future. And again, we had that big quote coming out of the minister's keynote. What is it? The voice of AI is female. And then in our discussions, we went further to note that there are all these discriminatory practices that arise out of our approach to AI. And it's not just these explicit things that we see in terms of deep fakes, but many of them are implicit in terms of our data set. And in addition to the voice, what we look at as the embodiment of AI, right? So within the region, how do we ensure that the voice of Caribbean AI then is gender neutral?
Interesting perspective on artificial intelligence and actually trying to humanize it, because now we're giving it genders. You know, we're talking about a computer program, which is really gender neutral, but maybe in our attempt to connect with that technology, we have to figure out a way to connect better by humanizing it. So I think that's an interesting discussion.
Well, I think so as well. And I think one of the other quotes that I really liked from today's discussion was one by Renee Cummings. And she said that data rights is human rights, and it's quite possibly the new civil rights. So maybe what we can do now is a poll. So let's go to our next poll. And for this poll, we'll ask everyone, given the importance of data to AI, do you believe people should own their personal data and have the right to determine how it is accessed and used? So far, I'm seeing yes, yes, and more yeses. So everyone here, we believe that we should own our data, right? And the access to that data. But right now, do you think, Erica, we have the information that we need to have that realized? Do you think right now people understand whether they control the rights to their data?
So I think that people are beginning to understand how important data is, and they will begin to do that. I think what we lack now, and maybe this is where we can get our citizens and the private sector and our government, all stakeholders involved in this discussion, is we need a business model for this. How do we get paid on our data? How, so the whole framework for monetizing data as a person right, a citizen right, we have to figure out our data, our business model for that. I don't think that that's completely clear yet. And of course, you're going to be having some opposing actors that aren't going to necessarily want us to own our data in that way. So there's a lot to unpack there. But I think if we think it is valuable for us to be able to be in control, and when I think value, I'm thinking economic opportunity. How do we monetize the data, right, in the future? Because that's going to bring us economic growth in our region. And we've got to always be thinking about how we're going to grow our region and be competitive. And this area of data as currency, data as gold and oil and gas is a very, very important concept. We need to stay close to that, and we need to make sure that we can develop some business cases and some business models that we can drive. And maybe as Caribbean people, Sasha, we can think about it from our perspective and come with something a little bit different and unique.
Without dehumanizing ourselves, of course,
Exactly.
Erica, because this
sir.
question of commercializing data, we have to look at in a more expansive way, to the extent the data we produce is really an extension of ourselves, that we have this digital being and the physical being, and commercializing yourself is something that has to be thought about quite deeply. But I do get the point that if data is, as people say, oil, then we have to really interrogate its value and determine whether we are getting value for money, value for our data. Interrogate the current exchange system, the so-called free access to information in exchange for our data. I mean, is it necessary for big tech to know as much as they know now for us to get these services and the benefit of technology? So there's even beyond commercializing the data, there really is a question about the extent to which data needs to be accessible. Where do we draw the lines now?
So I think it's very interesting that we're back now to these digital oligopolies and their access to our data, right? They're in charge of everything. And the question here is about value, right? Who captures the productivity gains? Right now, they control the data. And according to Wendell Wallach, our speaker earlier today, they also have majority of the productivity gains. And so what about wages, right? So how do we extract value from the growth in this data as individuals? So I think it's a good thought for us to have.
And as Deidre is saying, we need to stop talking about getting these services for free, because it's not. It's an exchange, and the conversation should be, is it a fair exchange?
So far, it doesn't look that way. And so this is something that we should address as we articulate this policy brief. I think now we can look at the judicial system, AI and the modernization of the judicial system. And the question of what is a court and is it a service or not quite ready for the poll. All right, so the question of the judicial system and the court as a service and the way of thinking now of providing that service using AI and the potential that it has for our jurisdiction, for the Caribbean. Can we talk about that a little bit, the court as a service and the potential of AI with respect to that idea?
Is Isabella still here?
She's on with us, yes. Anybody has any thoughts about that? Well, I have a thought about it. I think it applies way beyond the courts, right? How are we thinking about what is our capacity now, where we are in terms of our physical capacity versus if we're offering a service, how AI can transform the delivery of that service and expand our reach. Again, thinking about the Caribbean and the global access that we have now, I think it was Prof. Clayton who spoke about these intangibles and how it allows us to be globally competitive as a region when we think about the potential of AI. So then the other thing I wanted to take us to then is the next session, AI and the AI and 21st century learning. And let's talk about the idea of humanizing pedagogy using data. I thought that was very interesting. So it says, or I think it was Royston Emmanuel who said that data will allow us to humanize pedagogy because we get to know more about more students. And right now it's very anecdotal. But what about the quality of the data that's available in the region? This is a big discussion on whether or not we can really and truly humanize pedagogy with what's available. So let's talk a little bit about the outcomes, but also the inputs that will help us to humanize pedagogy.
That's a really important question, Sasha, because as they said, garbage in, garbage out. So one of the things that I think that we have to definitely focus on is the quality of the data that we are using to train these systems. Can we trust the data? Because when data is coming from multiple systems and you're sort of integrating it into one, you are going to have some risk with that data being accurate and, with cleansing that data. That's why on the last session, I spoke about this huge opportunity to be able to focus on data cleansing, perhaps, as a service that we can give to the region. There are lots of things that need to happen with data before even an AI system can consume it. So it's a very, very important point, especially when we're talking about education, because in my experience, data about a student is kept in many, many systems within a school. There's data about the grades, there's data about attendance, there's data about extracurricular activities and talents and skills and test scores. And frankly, they're all pretty much, they're all kept in separate databases that are not integrated. So that's a very important discussion.
Yes, I think so too. And I'm looking at a comment here. Khalil Khan says this topic is so involved, but he strongly feels that in the end, the pace of advancement will outstrip or sufficient consideration of all the issues. And so what Eldon closed with in the last session was a discussion of moving from knowledge transfer to thinking and doing, because as we sit here and try to articulate policy for the future, again, the pace of advancement dictates that we have to arm individuals to keep up for themselves, right? So let's talk about then some of the recommendations that came out of that very last Q&A. Particularly in relation to moving us from transferring knowledge to thinking and doing, AI innovation, how do we facilitate that in the region?
This will have to be the final point, I'm afraid.
It is.
Although we will continue this tomorrow. So you're saying, Erica?
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow, we're going to have a great discussion on that in the Business of AI session. I hope you guys will join again.
Oh, yes. So tomorrow, then we'll talk more about AI innovation, because it's not just about sparking creativity and enabling individuals to innovate, but it's also how will we finance this, right? So I'm very excited for tomorrow's discussions. We'll move into the business of AI and we'll look at some things that are very much important for our region. We're going to talk about creative industries, and we're going to talk about sustainable development in this region. Oh, and we will have an exclusive screening of a movie as well. So I'm going to hand over now.
Yeah, that's the documentary Coded Bias.
Coded Bias.
Yeah, which is an American documentary film, which premiered at the 2020 Sundance Film Festival. And it is exploring how algorithms encode and propagate bias. Very interesting film.
And we look forward to it. Thank you. Back to
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sasha.
Thank you,
Isabel. You're muted, Isabel.
So thank you very much. Thanks to all for participating in this very interesting and active open discussion. The results of your engagement will be used as inputs for policy development at the next steps. And we also are looking forward to the discussions that will be continued tomorrow. On behalf of the Cluster Office for the Caribbean, the Broadcasting Commission-Jamaica, and UNESCO Information for All program, thank you to everyone for attending and participating in this very informative day one. We continue with the forum tomorrow, Friday. It would start at 9:30, and we will be looking forward to seeing all of you again tomorrow. So thank you and have a good afternoon. See you tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye.